Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. I'm pushing along. I'm doing my very, very best today. I don't have much that I want to share about what's been going on with my life, other than just I'm working hard, and I want to bring you along for the journey. Big thanks to everybody who's here in chat. Big thanks to River the Links for the most recent follow, Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Let's get straight into it, shall we? So, basically, I'm working on today, just to give you a recap of what's been happening with me. Been working on some contract stuff, some emails that I needed to get sorted straight away. I have been doing some brand concepts for the elements of Insignia. I need to determine exactly. Oh, are we peaking the mic a little bit? Is that? No, that. Oh, doesn't sound great. Hang on a second. Is motive getting in the way? Sometimes this gets a little bit weird. You have to play with it a little bit. Excuse me? Whatever. Start new. We'll just do it again every time, shall we? I think this is normal. I think that's what it is, right? I think we're okay. I don't know. I just get a bit nervous around the volume. If I'm peaking the mic at all, let me know, okay? Okay. So, I've been doing... Basically, I'm in this position where I've got to get the brand colors of Insignia, specifically the elemental colors, locked away, because they've got to be in the trailer and the game and any promo media. They've got to be the same. So I've been revisiting my elements and thinking about like what it is that they like are, you know, like what actually are the elements, how to represent them, what are their colors. And I'm getting to a point now where I've got a pretty good set of colors for these things, you know, for each of them. So that's kind of been my goal. And the idea is to come up with something that's flat, yeah, that like actually is made of like solid colors, but then can be can be translated to pixel art, to animation, to whatever, and can be reproduced. So I'm just gonna show you what I mean with some of these. So it's like this color. Let's take this blue. Let's take this, this. That's this, yeah. And then actually, I think I prefer for blue. It's like this, this. Hey, Triumph, thank you so much for the $5. Welcome. This is called Leonardo. Oh, that's pretty good. I got those right. Leonardo is a sketching app for Windows, and it doesn't have a lot of support anymore. It's still technically in beta. It's been in beta for years. But it's pretty complete as an app. Like, I like it. I use it a lot. Man, I really do feel like I'm peaking this mic. Am I too close to it? I feel like I can hear my voice kind of getting over into those red zones. I don't have anything on it. Weird. Okay. So we're going to take this color and this color and this color and then this and this. And then each of these have like a white, 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 and white. So technically what we're saying is these are the palettes. Hey Squiggy, how's it going? I think we have a team stand up in like a little bit. All right, I've got a lot of stuff to review today, but I think we're making good pace. I've got so much stuff to catch up on. I don't even know how much dev I'm going to be able to do. That said, yeah, I'm quite happy with these colors. The idea is to be able to use them, you know, to, you know, everywhere, to reproduce them everywhere. Now, there's one thing that I've been, just to talk about this process a little bit, I did like a color wheel, and on these, obviously, like if we're talking about color science, these three are RGB. That's like additive color. These three are RBY, which is close to CMY, which is the subtractive color. What's missing in all of this is magenta. Like red, if you think of red and blue as R and B, and also red standing in for magenta and blue standing in for cyan, there's not a lot of cyan here. Now, we could put this purple, could be the cyan. Maybe we make the red a bit more pink to account for it. But the thing that's important here that's a bit awkward is that the wheel doesn't really work here, because the relationship between yellow and green is such that in the different color spaces, they're never opposed to each other. You know, typically yellow is actually like here. That's how you represent yellow. Because red and blue make yellow, and then, you know, blue and yellow make green. Sorry, red and green make yellow. What did I say blue? Red and green make yellow in additive color, and in subtractive color, yellow and blue make green. So yellow and green they kind of have like primary and secondary status in the different spaces, depending on which one you're looking at. So they're not really opposite each other. They're actually much closer related. But because we're playing a video game, we have to be a bit more clever about this stuff. So that's kind of where I've landed. I'm pretty happy with it. My point was, each of them could have a little bit of purple in there, and maybe we could get away with having purple be in a bit of everything, you know? Hey, Sea Beans. We'll celebrate your arrival. I feel like that's possible, but maybe not worth it. Also, I don't think this green should be here. So I'm pretty happy with these. I think what I'm most happy about is the concepts behind what these colors are. So like the lightning cloud with a nebula inside of it for yellow is, I think, really cool. Represents space. The water with the ocean kind of wash in it is like time. We got energy, you know, we got life coming out of you know, nature for green, and then entropy, fire, it's chaos, it's heat being released. And so the secondary colors are supposed to help create that little conception, and the shapes, of course, as well. So I think we're getting there. How this will relate back to the game is basically the VFX that we've got for all the abilities is going to be more built around this and these shapes than they are currently. So right now they're just like particles, you know, they're just things in the game. But I want to build on these ideas a little bit better. It's really hard to do in pixel art, really, really hard. But I think having a distinct visual identity is like critical for any kind of intellectual property. So, you know, I've been working on this for a long time. I'm talking fast because technically this conversation, you know, this is like a years old conversation. You know, it's like some of this stuff goes back to like 2022, you know. Well, it's what you want to talk about. It's whatever you like. Trivially, it's earth, air, fire, water. Right? Trivially, that's what it is. But the way that this game is supposed to, the way that the world of Insignia is designed to be, is that there are different ways of looking at things that change from different perspectives. So, earth, air, fire, water, sure. Primary colors, great. You got to have those. But then also like the idea of energy and entropy, space and time as different axes that you could think of these through. That's really important. The idea of even like type, like Pokemon style, like one beats the other. That's another way of looking at it. There's just different, there's supposed to be different lenses. So partly because it's good to have some interest and diversity. It's good to have something that's not just the same elements as everything else, you know? So something that I'm working on. And these are just really textures. And the point of this is to then be able to take these textures and bring them into the pitch, right? Bring them into this stuff. When we're talking about, when we're doing like backgrounds of slides, we're doing like, you know, filling in space, like this thing here that I've got, this little magical pattern, you know, more of that, more interesting, bold use of color. I mean, even this thing, like suddenly this feels like a totally different thing. Just like there's something about aesthetics where having color and texture kind of be established in a space helps us feel comfortable with it and makes it seem confident. So having those be consistent is, yeah, it's super important. And I want to work on this a little bit today, later. Not just throwing this stuff on slides, but like, how do we create a visual language for a slide deck or just the brand in general using these colors and textures? That's the idea. And across the game and across other things. So I've got a lot to do. We're going to do a really quick recap of the day. Did some emails, did the brand concepts I was just talking about. I applied for a Nintendo Switch dev kit today. I had a meeting with the trailer team, well, trailer producer. Did a bit more brand concept work, had some lunch, did some chores, set up the stream, and here we are. This is recap. In fact, we could probably fill a little task here in the next 15 minutes. I need to get some references for the trailer team. The first reference that they're asking for is one of the hedgehog. A deadline for finishing Insignia. Not specifically, although I have an aim. There's a date that I'm hoping to have it be finished by, but it's not a release date. Otherwise, you would know about it if there was one. Now, I can't show you where I'm pasting these things because it's spoiler territory for you, but you'll have to just let me do that. It's so impressive to me how intentional you are with these details. It makes sense when you're trying to create a distinct style and brand. Yeah, this is one of those things where like I'm pedantic about this stuff. I am, but I've also invested a lot into the game. So the idea that because of how much time I've put into it, I think it behooves me. I have to have this much intention. If I was making a simpler game, it would be easier to make a simpler, less conscious set of design choices for the brand. Just like, do the things that make sense to me. But like, I don't know if I can afford to not put that effort into it at this point. I feel like I have to. So, that's just me though. Armin's house. Not that. Not that. That's the first sprite I ever did of Armin's house. That was even before I had an Armin sprite. Check that out. Jesus. Nope. Although I love that. I can do better. I can go and find the asset itself. Hey, Neverdark. Thank you so much. Are you trying to get hands off on the palettes, or are you just working on them? When you say hands off, what does that mean? As in, am I trying to outsource it? Oh, I am trying to finish, yeah. Hey, Sea-Beans. Yeah, I have to be making decisions that close the possibility space of what Insignia is, rather than open them. Oh, you can't see that. Don't look too close. Yeah, looking to do that, looking to get a bit more, what's the word? Hands off. Maybe that's the right word. I'm pretty sure I already sent off these references. I'm pretty sure they already have this kind of thing. Why do I feel like I'm repeating myself? Hey, Kratesh. What was your background? I was a user experience designer, which basically means app designer. And before that, always multidisciplinary creative, I guess would be a nice way to put it. But I did a bit of everything growing up. Obviously drawing, like as a kid, that was like the thing that drew me in. I'm sure I've given references for this stuff. Let me see if I can. That's fine. Okay. Sorry. This is unfortunately a task that I can't really include you too much in, but one second. I guess now I could show you some stuff. You can see this. I gotta change that. All right. Copy link to section. Actually, character poses. Okay. Now, I actually have a meeting right now, so I can't do this task just yet, but I'm about to. So we'll come back to it, I guess. Yeah, I was like, I would say my dream was to be a concept artist for video games. That was my wish. And I kind of, as a kid, you know, This is a little bit, I don't know what the word is. Maybe a bit telling about my personality, but I kind of counted myself out at a really young age. I thought to myself, oh, it's not realistic to be a concept artist because it's so competitive and I'll never be that. So instead, I'll learn programming and I'll see if I can be a developer, or I'll learn a skill that I'll have an exit strategy for. You know, if I'm a programmer and I can't be a game developer, well, at least I can program other things. That was the thought. And it wasn't that I wanted to get into programming especially. I didn't study computer science. I studied design. But as a designer, same thing. It's like, oh, I could design apps and websites or buildings, you know, like maybe I could be an architect, and I don't have to be a concept artist, you know. Oh, thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you so much. So I had these thoughts in my head of I need to diversify my skill set so that I'm not stuck making concept art. But that's what I wanted to do. I liked to draw as a kid. Eventually, I started programming, and I started like through university as like a side elective and some other stuff. You're looking everywhere. This is one monitor. This is my secondary monitor where chat is. This is my primary monitor on this side. The camera is here. So the camera is between the two monitors. That's why I look here, here, and here. Make sense? So yeah, like it was one of those things where I just wanted to make stuff, and I had done a lot of different creative things as a kid, like growing up through high school and stuff, like web comics and machinima and writing different stories and stuff like that. And when I started learning how to code, it was like, oh, I can take my art, my animation that I've been doing. I was doing like Flash animations. I can take this stuff and I can program it and make it move. I can take sprites from Mega Man and I can animate them in Java. I can make him run left and right, you know, little things like that. Where it's like, oh, I can actually like kind of make a game by myself here. And then eventually over time, I got more and more attracted to programming because it's so tangible. But I never stopped doing art. So the two grew side by side after that. Okay. So I got a team stand-up. Let's do it. Jumping in. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. How is everyone?
Not bad.
We got a full house.
Doing well.
Whoa.
The royal flush.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's been having a good day and a productive one. I've been, so busy this week and just trying to stay on top of everything, but feeling reasonably good. I guess I'll just jump straight into my part of the stand-up. So today I've been spending a lot of energy on branding and trailer-related stuff, or stuff that crosses the trailer, the game, and any sort of pitch media. So VFX, that kind of thing. That's been kind of the focus, and hopefully I'm going to get to some more development a little bit later today after reviewing our meetings and making sure that everyone's good to continue. So yeah, trying to spin all the plates. How about you, Elias?
I've been doing well. Recently, I've been working with Morgan we've been collaborating on musical stings that have both a chiptune and an orchestral element.
Yep.
And those are sounding really cool. I just heard Morgan's version a
I
couple minutes
haven't
ago.
I haven't heard it yet. Oh, I'm excited.
Oh, it's
It's
really
in the
good.
Figma.
Oh, everyone's going to get to hear it in a bit.
And yeah, we have our meeting after this where there's a few things that I need some direction on.
Awesome.
And
Can't
then,
wait.
yeah, that's me.
Cool. Well, thanks for creating some anticipation there for me. How about you, Morgan?
Oh yes, I'm right. I'm next. Yeah, so like Elia said, we've been collaborating on the stings. So this morning I did some adding orchestral elements to what Elias did. Elias's one sounded really cool. Like it's I don't know, there's something about the collaborative process, pass music back and forth and someone else adds to it. I mean, you would know this, Adam, but like it's it's just really cool to hear what someone else does with it and just does things that you wouldn't imagine, but it ends up being really fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And then the moment I'm also focusing on tightening up the home cluster in terms of the implementation and trying to extend the home like rose theme as well because it's
Okay.
quite short at the moment and I think it is quite grating when it repeats so much. So yeah, I'm trying to extend that track and also integrate the father's theme workshop theme into that Fmod event because I think they're fairly similar and so I want them to be able to flow into each other really naturally in the integration. So I'm trying to make that all one cohesive whole. Yeah.
Cool. I think we have a meeting later today, so maybe we
Yeah.
can talk about other things then. But that sounds great.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you mentioned the creative process. I definitely feel like, I guess it's just creating when you're inspired is easy, but when you're like put to task to create, it can be hard to sort of like squeeze the rock a little bit to get water out of it or whatever. But when someone else is involved, it's like it flows so easily because you're seeing stuff come from an outside source. So yeah, I definitely get that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah. I'm glad. I wanted to take a bit of a backseat on this just to see if you two would gel. So I'm excited that seems to be happening. Cool. And Luca, are you back?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I do. For some reason, Discord just didn't know about my mic anymore and had to restart my computer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Sorry, Morgan and
That's okay.
Elias, I missed
No
your.
worries.
Yeah. But yeah, love your stuff. Like just playing in development and hearing the new town music. Yeah, beautiful. With the transition. Yeah, I love it. Anyway, what have I been working on? I finished the Hunden movement animations. And I've been working a bit on some ideas for accessories for Armin. Mostly stuff that's like quality of life stuff rather than not really any stat boost type of stuff like more damage or anything like that. Yeah, just kind of plotted down some ideas of that and seeing which ones might be worth developing further.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should touch base with you on that today, probably after the meeting I have with Elias, right after this.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe like closer to maybe before 3 or depending on how that meeting goes.
Yeah, I'll be around. I've just put it onto Figma as well. Just in the item economy page.
Yep. Awesome. Okay. We'll chat soon.
All
And
right.
then Morgan P. Hello.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
there
got
you go.
halfway through that whole sentence before realizing I was muted. I've just been working on Miriam and Lewis.
Cool.
Well on the way to having that done tomorrow, like
Awesome.
we talked about.
Yep.
I spent a good chunk of yesterday just on Miriam for the the packed idle, it is surprisingly difficult
Yeah.
to do small movements
Yeah.
because the pixels are so big.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get her to do like a tiny movement is like, it's really difficult to make that look smooth.
Yeah. There are some tricks I can. I have a video actually on sub pixel animation. I don't know if I've ever shared that with
Yeah,
you.
I think I've seen that one.
Yeah. That can help, but yeah, for anyone who's watching at home, like small and slow animations in pixel art are really hard because it requires more frames to show more subtlety. It seems like that's really unintuitive. Most people, I guess, would think that fast is hard, but it's actually slow and subtle that's like really difficult. So I appreciate you putting that effort in.
Yeah, I think I've got it down now.
Awesome. I can't wait to see your results.
Yeah, me neither.
Awesome. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments or things they need to share in order to be happy?
Nothing work related.
If you want to vent, we can chat later. But cool. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining me for Stand Up, and I'll see you around.
Alrighty.
See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
And then Elias, I'll stay on with you.
Yep.
Awesome. You already knew. All right. We got that done really quickly. That was 10 minutes. Awesome. So we can push this up a little and then cool. What's the right way to approach this? I guess I can jump into the SFX direction, but you probably have stuff that you're gonna share with me that's we're still working on this thing. I remember this. I remember creating this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So talk to me.
Yeah, I've just been adding to it. The big thing that I need some direction on is the death sound. Like right now it's just a temporary placeholder sound.
Yes.
And I guess like how do you imagine it sounding, or what should it feel like?
Yeah, so
when the player
originally
dies?
I had this as a like it's like you're getting hit and then that's being played and like slow mode and drawn out, with echoes. And then I went straight into like a game over theme after that, which is like a little lullaby version of the main theme. I think that's probably fine still, if that's something that we're happy to try. I think there is something about vocalizing Armin that I'm a little hesitant to get too deep with, like giving him like almost voice acting. I don't really think it feels like, what's the word? If we were to do it to any great length, we'd have to really get it right. And I'm a little like unsure about like it might be, what's the word, like diminishing returns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
There's probably a version out there where we get the sound just right. We get some chiptune thing that sounds just like a voice that's not too like, and I feel this way a little bit with the enemies. It's like, I don't want to feel too bad for them. I don't want to feel like innocent people are being slaughtered, so
Right.
in a way, I think like something that's just kind of has like a percussive thing to it might be easy. Or even, I mean, like in classic Zelda, they do the like in the first game, it's like which is probably a bit much, but maybe something that has a bit of a melodic, you died, oh so sad kind of thing to it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like I think we're thinking along the same lines. Like my first instinct would be kind of like there's like the final hit and that kind of rings out for a little bit and then it's like a as Armin kind of collapses to the ground.
Yes. There's like a hit stop thing that I like to do here when like you just stop everything to appreciate this moment. They do it a lot in Hollow Knight, but it's way too much in Hollow Knight, and it's every hit that you take.
Yeah.
But maybe for death, we could do this.
And Undertale kind of does it. It's not obviously the same game, but like
Mhm.
the heart cracks first
Oh yeah,
before it then shatters.
yes,
It's definitely not the only game that does that,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. It's almost like a moment when
that kind of rhythm to it.
yeah, it's like when like a child falls over, and it's like the second before they start crying, everyone goes, oh, like
Yeah.
that moment of pause. That's like, oh no, what's gonna happen? Did we lose? That I think that would be cool. And
Yeah,
maybe we
exactly.
could do like a full time stop for it. Like I don't know, maybe not a full second, but close to one. Yeah, I have full faith in you. I think you just do something cool, and I'll probably like it.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, so that's that figured out. The next thing I had a question about was, should we duck down the music during the cello mini game?
100%.
And like,
Yeah, I think we need to
okay,
almost completely remove it. I think it needs to be like way out, almost nothing. Yeah.
and yeah, I guess similarly, like when you're standing near the wind tuning fork, do the same thing.
Oh,
Probably.
wind tuning fork, yes, yeah, but
Or
more like 50%. I wouldn't completely kill it.
Okay,
Just
like
enough
when you're
so that
near
you
it,
can.
duck it down a little bit.
Yeah. I think so. Similar to maybe what we
Gotcha.
would do in a sting or something like that. Or maybe the sting is like going to fully overtake.
Right, just something to bring the wind singing to the forefront.
I think so. Yes. Yeah. Sorry if
Gotcha.
I'm confusing you there. Yeah, it
No,
needs to
no.
be. I would
Yeah,
say
all good.
for the sound of the tuning fork, it needs to be easily the loudest thing, but it doesn't have to kill all of the music. For quest complete, maybe that is fully or like close to it. Full takeover. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just realized.
Yeah, maybe it's worth me setting up a system in Fmod to like say, hey, duck down the music X%.
Yeah, my hunch here actually is that we should have maybe like 3 levels. Like it should be like a fixed, not something that we set, because I do this with camera as well. Like the times that a camera can take to transition from like one thing to another, like a fade time. I've got like 3. I don't have like an arbitrary percentage. So like a fast transition is like 0.2.
Yeah.
Medium is 0.5, long is 0.8 of a second, and that's it. So maybe
so
it's
light,
like
heavy, and all the way or something. I gotcha.
Something like that. I think you get it. Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Is that the major stuff for now, or I'm happy to keep chatting a little bit more.
Those are all the major questions I had. Did you have any?
Good question.
Anything that you needed me to work on?
The only thing that I've been working on that's new, I don't know if you can see the stream, but that's whatever's just done is broken. Hang on a second. I'll just try a different scene. Okay, cool. So I've got, hang on, I'll turn the music down. I've got this menu here, which is like the upgrade menu.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure.
This
like,
looks great, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's a work in progress. It's gonna look great. It's coming along okay. I think I don't know what we should do with this. Maybe like hover sounds for these. It's low priority right now, and it's not something that I want you to fixate too long on. I'm just sort of like declaring it as like a thing that exists. Like this might be an area where we would duck down the music from the game. Maybe even like, should the pause menu duck it down as well? Just in general. Not sure.
Maybe, yeah. We would have to duck it back up when you're in the audio settings.
Good
I
point.
guess.
Yes. That's a really good point. Maybe it's not a big deal then.
But yeah, I mean, I do like the effect that it kind of when a game does that.
Yeah,
But
it's something to do with it being paused.
maybe it's not. It's kind of like takes you out of it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think like I mean, the analog would be like I've faded the screen down to like a darker color, and I've stopped time. So the audio equivalent of that would be to bring the music down a little, but that sort of is just me following the logic. It's not really that conscious of a choice. Other sound effect things. I think we're sounding like sound effects are coming along very well. I think it's sounding very well rounded at the moment. I'll have to. I haven't got like a major list or anything from my little playthroughs of stuff that's like totally missing. But if you can keep some space ahead for the boss fight stuff, I'm working on that this week. So, oh, you've already been there, so it's probably not even.
I've been there a little bit, but
Yeah,
I'll wait until that's like ready before I properly finish it up.
yeah, that's fair. There's this mechanic, this Harriet Quill object that I'm building that might need a bit of a sound effect to it. It's kind of got, it's going to be able to move around and do different things. So I don't know.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's a bit early, but yeah, we'll see. That was something that I originally had a sound for a baked attack, but I'm experimenting with this being something that Harriet uses like for a lot of different things. Like she has a melee attack at the moment that's like she holds a book and she sort of like scrapes her hand across the book and like dust spits out at you, and it's just like a normal like smear of an attack. But like maybe it's actually just that she can, wave her hand and then the quill comes out and does like an attack like for her. And that way we could give her different elemental attacks just by virtue of having the quill do that stuff. Things like that, where it's like we could get a lot more diversity if it's procedural. So maybe the sound is procedural, like as in its volume is based on its speed or something like that, or its pitch. Or
are those particles that are being generated, are those like linked?
They are
to the sounds that we set up previously.
Yeah,
okay,
right now they are.
So it's
literally
like
just
literally just the leaves.
Yeah.
And we would need like a whistle or something for the actual quill.
Yeah, actually, it's not just doing that. It's doing all of them in cycle. You just can't see the others in this scene. But yeah, it's doing all four elements. But yeah, I was thinking about ways that I might like add elemental aspects to the Harriet fight, and I was gonna do like the enemies and give them elements, but like this might just be the easiest thing to do. So that's coming up. Other than that,
one question:
yes.
Will the electric and water abilities be present in that boss fight?
Probably not. Good point.
Okay.
I know you were questioning about whether or not you needed to put them in.
Because I haven't made those sound effects yet.
Do you know what? Actually, if you could, that would be good. I'd like for them to be in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, for the demo, just because I'm thinking about like if I put a trailer together and we do have any sound effects
you want to use,
and I want to use that stuff. Yeah, potentially.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if that's okay.
Nope. No, it's no problem.
Okay. All right. You seem to have worked through this stuff pretty well. I can't remember how much there was here, but it doesn't seem to be too dense anymore. could be cool. Is this stuff grown since last time? I can't remember. Or maybe it's no. This is where we had it, right? The same stuff.
Yeah, I added this one
Uh huh.
because I came across the cutscene with the old man, and that was like deafeningly silent.
Yeah. Like a library of just like sounds that just relate to Foley stuff happening.
Yeah, because
Yep.
I feel like it might be. I mean, it's no problem for me to make specific sound effects for each cutscene, but I think
I wouldn't.
stylistically it might
Yeah.
be better.
100%. If there's like a or something like that plays whenever something crashes, I think that's what it sounds like in Iconoclasts, then 100%. I think that's cool. Stylistically, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
that should be like lowest priority for sure.
That's a bit...
But yeah. Well, awesome. As usual, you're doing a great job, and I'm really
Thank you.
really grateful for how proactive you are at finding the gaps that you can fill.
Yeah. What was this last one that I was going to write down before I forget? Oh, the electric and water.
Yep. I was going to make a joke there. I'm glad that you got in ahead of me. Cool. All right. Well, let me know if you need a bit more structure. I think I might have neglected the sound effect schedule, but I'm happy for like let me know if you need me to get more attentive to it, and I'll get back to it before Monday.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I can't wait to hear the Sting stuff with the quest.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Oh, when you say that, I know it's going to be good. But thanks, Elias.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
All right. See ya. Cool. Okay. Where are we? It's 2:24. Sound effects reviews got done before the half hour. That's great. Hang on a second. Let's go to the main component here. This stuff here has a gap of 20, but it shouldn't clip the content. So then if I go back to this, now the text goes over the top, which I don't want. Go back to main component, make this 10, but align left, but then put it in the middle. Now it's better. Okay, cool. Okay, so today at 4 we've got music review. That's a while. We've got stuff for Luca that we can look at, but I want to look at this Sting stuff. For those of you who don't know what a Sting is, a Sting is a short musical piece. Typically it's like one sound or one, bong. But in this context, in like game scoring and stuff like that, it can be a little bit longer. It's basically a short piece that's contouring an event rather than an entire space that you can spend more time in. It's like a short timed 3 to 5 seconds is what I would call a Sting. So we've been using it to talk about things like getting a permanent upgrade, starting a quest, ending a quest, things like that. Okay. So I don't know. I think there's some stuff in the music Discord. Okay, that's posted in Figma. So music board. Okay, so what happened here with this process is we had Morgan, who's our composer, created some piano riffs for these things, and we listened to them yesterday. For example, or and then Elias, our sound effect artist, who's a chiptune artist as well, he produced these versions. So that's taking the drafts and putting them in a chiptune space. Now we've passed them back to Morgan, and she's going to put underneath them orchestral stuff. So it's like filling out the chiptune with orchestral stuff. So the chiptune's still going to be there. I haven't heard these, so I hope that this works. Whoa, so full. Let's hear it again. Oh, this one like was my like third favorite option. I didn't even play it for you to begin with, and now it's kind of like come up. So this was what it sounded like originally. And then it's so hard to pick. This one for me, the mallets, the marimba sound is not it's like not as tonally like on brand, I guess. I like it. I think I like this one maybe more. The chords coming up. Da da feels really good. This one we were considering for a while. We were saying this feels a little bit end of day, you know, like in the chiptune version of this one without that orchestral undercurrent. It just sounds like you're sort of finishing the day and your stats are getting counted. Like check this out. Not this one. Sorry. You know, that sounds so much like good job. Ding. You know, like level complete. Whereas with the orchestra under it, now it's different. That's different. That feels it rises in a way that makes it feel more triumphant at the end. I mean, that's good too. They're all good. They're all good. Oh, it's so hard. I'm going to listen to some of the orchestral versions. Kind of lets the chiptune speak first and the orchestra enters. It's nice the way if we do adapt this one to some kind of good note or end, I think. Yep. First, the big flare of the cymbal and timpani roll and it's quite dramatic. Might be a bit much. Track is distracted. The other two feels quite dramatic and full on. Maybe we can use it for a bigger achievement. I like it. That's good. I have no complaints about that one. And then I think for me, the little trumpets and the marimba keep it a little trivial for what I would like it to feel. It's sort of they're sort of from such different places that they don't particularly the do 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 do. I've always felt like that was a little bit too like it's trying to establish something that doesn't have the time to resolve by the time the track ends, is my feeling about the bottom one. I've always felt that a little bit with this one, but Elias's middle rendition of it was pretty good. We did a bit of a flip on it. We changed it a little bit where we got him to make the arpeggio up and down just up, so it became this. That I think is like great for a quest complete. But I think here we kind of it doesn't quite have the same drive. Now I feel like the second one has a bit more punch. Especially because of that hit on the complete. That feels good. I still like this one too. That ba-da at the end, it's got like that rounds it off in a nice triumphant, like, good stuff. Maybe we could have a sound effect on the complete. You know, maybe that could have something to it. This, in general, this whole UI probably needs to be a bit more, what's the word? Localization friendly. Right now, like the way that it animates, it's locked. Like the width of the text, everything about it's a bit weird. But that's why the complete is like very narrow, but the label is quite wide. It's because it needs to be able to fit the names of the quests on the other side of the thing. So I'm thinking about, like, do we put sound effects in the diegetics of the paper, you know, something being stamped, you know? And is that even something that we're still going for? Yeah. It's hard. It's really hard to pick. I'll have to give some more feedback. I'll have to think about them a little bit more. I think yeah, the percussion's really good on that one. That's great too. Oh, it's so hard. Maybe we do find space to use all of them. Like, it's possible, you know. Hey, Sailor Man. All custom. Everything's custom. All right. Well. Okay. All right. Shall we get, so sound effect review. Shall we get Luca? Are you in the chat still? If you want, we can have a look at the item stuff. You're here? This is actually for 4 o'clock, so I'll save that there. Okay. So you posted you posted the most recent version of your Hunden work, the animation stuff, which I will look at right now. And then if you want, we can jump in chat. I'll be there. So let's have a look. Walk.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right.
This is
Yeah,
great.
great music stuff. Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, thank you. The music stuff is great. I don't know if I can say thank you, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
This is looking really good, dude. The secondary motion on the brooch is top notch. It's
Oh,
spot on.
yes. Thanks. Yeah, I thought it looked a bit, too static. I was just weighing up if it was worth, putting the effort into the secondary motion, but I think it works well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. He's great.
Just certain things like I think his face, the ref was a bit different. I feel like he got updated slightly, so I just went ahead and changed it a bit
From the
based on that.
combat face to this one.
Yeah. I hope that's all right.
Yeah, of course.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, this is the face. Let me see. Have a look, actually.
They used to have like the darker shade, like I guess on the crease of his muzzle kind of thing.
Yeah. Did I take that away?
It wasn't on the reference, so
let's have a look. Yeah, I guess I did take it away. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it used to be like this, right?
No, it used to have like like that. Sorry, there was a bit of a delay,
Yeah.
and sometimes it was just one pixel width. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I think there's like sometimes I'll do like a little bit of an extra something like that just to separate the front eyelid with the muzzle, but it's all good. It's no big deal. I'm happy with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, feel free to change it.
Here.
I mean, okay.
No, it's all good. I'll like if it comes to it, I'll change it. But like for what we need it to do, it's fine. It's good. This is me being like extremely pedantic. Yeah, I like the way that you've worked in for the most part, like little bits here to like indicate the fur. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. That's what I would do. Yeah, so you get my approval. Tick.
Nice. All right, cool. It can be marked as done for now, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I'll put it in the game.
Sweet.
And then item economy.
Oh yeah, so I pretty much just whatever came to mind, I just put it down. So it's a bit kind of maybe a bit unorganized for the moment. But I realized we should try to aim for like 3 or 4 kind of accessories for the demo or chapter 1 or both. Yeah, these are mostly like quality of life kind of buffs that these accessories give you. Some of them are semi-combat related.
Yeah.
Well, combat related, but they're not too like swingy or anything. I don't know, like Acrobat's Ring, like your recovery after a dodge roll is quicker. I don't know, like the implications of that. It might be nice, but
these are all great. It's exactly the kind of thing. It's really good. Like, we might not use all of them, but like this line of thinking is exactly what I was hoping for. So like the reckless ring that's so good. Like the idea that like rolls have a hitbox and that they hit things is awesome. Even this one, like dropping a coin when hit, that's great. That's a really good one.
Yeah, it's just very minor. And I thought, there might be upgrade possibilities. Like you might find a better gemstone to put in whatever it is, and then they'll drop more coins or something like that.
This is the exact kind of thing where it's like you can put time and energy into it and you can feel the reward. It's like a noticeable upgrade, but it doesn't change the entire way that you play the game. It just feels like, a little bit of a recognition for the time that you put in. That's permanent.
Yeah,
It's
and it's not
perfect.
just like a stat boost, like +1 is strength or whatever. It's and rather than having like extra like life or health like this, I guess second wind
Mhm.
is kind of like almost like an extra health, but not just implemented a different way, I guess.
Yeah, the
Uh,
second wind last chance is I like it too. Like maybe like something like maybe one of these per chapter, one kind of thing like this where it's like, oh, this actually is a big deal, but
mm,
you'd have to do a lot to get it. Like a very completionist kind of mindset of playing the
yeah,
game.
and if we do have like slot economy
Mhm.
for how many you can equip, then maybe that'll take 2 out of 4 slots or something.
Yep.
And initially I made these, I just called them rings, but they can be anything. Like I put here, they could be, especially the craftable ones, they should be more blacksmith related and
Yep.
maybe just be trinkets rather than jewelry.
Mhm.
Um, even like I don't know, like a horseshoe or whatever makes sense for the item, I
Mhm.
guess. Mm,
Yeah, ring is we could talk about that as like a generic term, but they can be anything.
yeah.
I am personally completely obsessed with games that let me play vampirism build. So the
Oh, yeah.
fighter's ring, something like that is perfect. Even when they do like half HP, but you get HP back every time you do damage or every time you defeat an enemy. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, that's like that drives me like I love it. I go crazy for it. So
And it's not so broken for bosses. I guess Harriet's gonna spawn some
yeah, like when
minions.
bosses have
And
ads.
they'll give you a bit of health,
Mhm.
which is not bad. Yeah.
Well, this is like exactly it. That like these kinds of things can change the way that you. up- It's not. It's not like it doesn't change what the right thing to do is. It just changes for your playstyle. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
if there was a build that could make it so that when bosses take, when they hit you, they die or something like that, that would be a bit weird. Or like an ability that a ring that basically lets you use all of the abilities all the time, for example, that would break the
Mhm.
puzzle aspects of the game.
Yeah.
Short of that kind of stuff, all of this stuff that it's more like, hey, like I just like to be a little more reckless. So if I get a little bit of HP back when I hit things or when I kill things, like that makes me feel a bit more comfortable as a player. That's good. Or
Mm.
like I like to make sure I break every single pot. So the fact that I can roll through them instead of having to hit them lets me keep that momentum while I'm playing. That's perfect. You nailed it.
Mm. And they some of them help each other, like this acrobat's ring and that,
Mm,
so you can roll through like
mm,
crazy. But
yeah.
yeah, you're right. Like these are kind of when you equip this, it's something that the player has in mind. Like, oh yeah, my character can do this. Oh, well, not my character, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I can do this now. I have it's something that they become aware of rather than just some arbitrary stat or whatever.
Yep.
Um, yeah.
For sure. There's even like maybe, oh gosh, I have this thing of like, what's the word? In Kingdom Hearts, you can get abilities in the game, and the abilities cost AP points, and so
Mm.
you have a set number. You have like maybe 20 points at some like in the middle of the game, and you might have one ability that has like it costs 4 to slot it. So it's really powerful, but you can't have it and 5 others or 6 others. But then there might be weaker
Mm.
ones that you can slot more of. So I mean, maybe we could do some sort of like inventory thing with this down the line where it's like some of these that are more powerful just like take up 2 slots or something. But
Yeah, I even thought about, even if we separate them by like purely quality of life stuff
mm,
and also stuff that actually affect combat. So
oh
maybe
yeah,
you have like a different
like a different slot.
uh, what's the word? Yeah, like yeah. Anyway, you know what I mean. I can't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
of the
yeah.
word right now.
Yeah, they can be
Um,
the difference between like ring slots and like jacket brooches or something like that. Things that
yeah, like
yeah.
yeah, two different budgets that Armin has, rather than just going full on combat, and you're kind of like missing out on this if you have the min-max mentality. It's like, oh, why would I care about,
Yep.
reckless rank?
Or even if
Um,
it's one, it could be an earring, because Armin has an
mm,
earring. So it's like if there's
oh
something
yeah,
that you can only have one of, that could go there.
yeah,
Um,
like just these fun items, and you're kind of, I guess, forced to use them. Well, you have the opportunity to use one of them without losing out on anything combat related. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. These are all
that
great.
sounds.
I'm so happy. Like, it makes me want to make the content to lock these behind.
Yeah. So, and then we got, each one can have the ones that are craftable. I mean, we can have straight up, some accessories that you just buy, or it's a
Mhm.
quest reward. Oh, you get this ring.
Yeah.
And others might be, craftable. You'll get the design first.
Mhm.
And then, there's components, and you might get the components as quest rewards or
Yeah.
somewhere else. Yeah.
Particularly, I can see the Mugger's ring being one that costs money to buy. It's quite expensive.
Mm,
But then once you buy it, now it becomes easy to get coin throughout the game.
yeah, buy it somewhere like shady. Like you wouldn't buy it off Berta, probably somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Depending on what we call it. We could call it like penny pincher or something, and it would be, or like Saver's ring, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see it.
Okay.
Cool.
I guess the next step when we get a chance is kind of think about like how many of these we want.
Mhm.
And I know some of these might be a bit tricky to implement just depending on the coding behind it. Like gluttony ring. I don't know how viable that is or if it's worthwhile
I could do it.
doing that.
That's no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do all this
Okay.
stuff. Maybe the roll
Yeah.
recovery might be a little bit. No, it's not hard. All of it's pretty easy.
Yeah. I guess we just gotta keep in mind if it breaks anything else or it almost feels like this might become mandatory. I
That
don't know.
one,
I'm
this
not
is the one that I think I might say no to, just because it's actually balance. It's too much. Anything that
Yeah,
changes the
I
like
agree.
frame rate of something, or like the one about like longer invulnerability after getting hit, that's fine, because it's like it's just like a bit of tolerance for the player. But like anything that's going to
Yeah.
change your actual properties and movement, maybe not.
Mm.
Cool.
And I thought about this assist ring because I know you're kind of torn between how to show that rose on the bush.
Oh yeah, that's actually such
And
I really like this.
and that's kind of like an opt-in. Is like, uh, you know, if you want that to be highlighted, you can, or if you want more immersion, you can just not put
There
something on.
is there is a something here that I was thinking of as like maybe this could actually be more like a dowsing mechanic. Like there's something you get later on that's like helps you completionist the game. Like it's like a button, like a tracker, and like you put the item that you want to find in it, and then it goes and it like gives you a little arrow and like lets you find the next nearest
Oh yeah.
thing of those, but specifically
Maybe
for
that
like
can be
quests or
like
something.
an upgrade path for this. Maybe like a
Yeah, I don't
if
know
you.
what it would be like.
Mm,
I like it. I like the concept. It might not fit in this set. It mightn't be a ring, but the idea of
mm,
something that helps you find stuff.
mm.
Oh, I mean, I've already got planned a magnifying glass that lets you see all the clinker reward things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there are going to be. We've been talking about rings, right? These are equipable accessories that make the game a bit easier to play or change the gameplay a little bit. There are also rations that you eat that just recover health. But then there are, hypothetically, and I'm not sure where these go or how frequent they are, but like key items that have a function, like the cello might be one potentially. If we want to be able to pull it out anywhere and play it anywhere, you need somewhere to access that. So it's more like a game function that you unlock. That's technically an item. This thing feels like that. It feels like, oh, like 3/4 of the way through the game, I talk to this guy and he gives me this thing. And now it changes the way that the whole landscape feels a little bit because I couldn't do this before, but now I can.
Okay. Yeah. On the left side, we mentioned what was it like unlockable shortcuts as well. I guess those might be a bit like consumables, perhaps something that unlocks a shortcut, or I'm not sure. Kind of like those magic stone things in Elden Ring that you put in those imp
Oh, those
statues.
stone sword keys.
Yeah, those.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, these that might be. I mean, that feels like a consumable to me. Which there are those
yeah.
too.
Mm.
I'm thinking in this particular conversation, I'm thinking mostly about like closer to something like a torch in Elden Ring. You know, it's like once you've got this, now dark areas are not as bad. You know,
Oh, okay, yeah.
like something that you don't have at the beginning of the game, but once you have it, you probably want to keep it around, or like a lantern or whatever, and it just like sits on you. It's not. It doesn't have to be like we don't have to decide what this is now. It's just something that I'm noting as
Mm.
part of the periphery of the
Yeah,
conversation. But this stuff's
like
great.
those. Yeah. All right, cool. I tried to think of like ensign ones as well, but I figured, that's probably not
No,
needed in chapter 1 anyway.
no, we keep
And
those away.
yeah, for
Maybe
now.
like post game, we could play with stuff like that,
Mm,
like stuff that actually changes the game in a complete, like lets you break it. Happy to have stuff that lets you break the game once you've beaten the game, but
oh yeah.
anything that's going to change how ensigns work or how you get them or when they get spent, that can't be in the main puzzle element.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, these are awesome. Do you want to? I mean, like, happy for you to spend a bit of time thinking about a bit more about where to put these and arrange them into like maybe like to like you were talking about just now we were talking about like a shady merchant who sells you
Yeah,
the ring.
the mugger's ring.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to go to that level of depth for all of these, just like a couple of ideas about how to get them. And then you were mentioning that they're not always rings, which I agree with. So like it'd be cool to hear a little bit more about like what other things we could have that maybe go into accessory slots that aren't just rings, like buttons on his jacket, or they need to be the criteria is basically it doesn't need to change his sprite. That's the criteria.
Yeah.
Perfumes. No. Yeah. So are you happy to do that?
Perfume's a good one. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I can explore all of them. I'll omit the
Mhm.
acrobat's ring, I
Yeah.
guess. I won't do that one.
Mhm.
Any others that seem not viable, really?
Mm,
Magnet rings, fine. We can call this vampire ring if you like, since you like.
something else that's close. Maybe just blood ring, or I don't know, something not too not too macabre, but that has a bit of that connotation of like, yeah, maybe I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, fighters would I would imagine just strength from fighter.
Yeah.
But like yeah, something that has a bit more of that vampirism thing. Blood Red in chat says blood ring with, but he's fashioned it like his name.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, happy to play with that a little bit. Blood ring is the easy way to do it, but it could be like crimson ring maybe. Or
Oh
like,
yeah.
so it's like the color of blood. Or like what's the word? Sanguine? Is that
yeah.
blood? I don't know. Something like
Like
that.
exsanguination kind of thing. Bleeding. Yeah, I think so.
I never heard that word. Exsanguination?
Exsanguination? I don't know if I'm
Is
saying
it?
it right.
Oh, that's cool.
Like,
I don't know it. I never heard it, but it sounds
I
right.
think it's, yeah, someone will back in chat, hopefully. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's a word.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's,
Oh, Armin also has a hair tie. That could be something.
Oh, he could have hair dyes. It's the color
Oh,
of his hair.
dyes. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's
He loves his
possible.
dye.
That's possible, actually. I could do a color swap shader for the hair, but
Yeah,
that feels
yeah.
like late. That feels like not in the demo.
No. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
actually
just
it's a really good throwback to Tombi because you have different hair in that game too.
is it?
Or is it different hair? Or is it different pants? I think you can get different colored pants in that game. Anyway. Oh, it's both. Okay, it's both. All right. Well, I got to get back to it. But do you have a clear path ahead? We can revisit this stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. I'll probably maybe just put like a screenshot of, I don't know, the scenes from Scene Graph and just have a.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't know. I'll think about how I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
No worries.
Maybe even like if there are NPCs that you do that feel like good opportunities, that's fine too. Oh, I should say, the haberdasher in Orenstead.
Oh yes.
That is currently a void. We can do whatever we want with that. So if you want that to be an accessory shop, that's totally fine.
Oh, nice. Like a shifty merchant.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not a shifty merchant, but I don't know.
Whatever you want to do with that. If you want to change that NPC, happy to do that. Because right now, it's a Dumb and Dumber reference.
Oh, oh right.
It's
fine.
It's when they go to the owl conservation benefit dinner and they show up in the colored suits. That's all he is right now. So he doesn't need to be that.
I see. I didn't make that connection, but I see.
Yeah. But anyway.
I should ask, who's that smoking chick in front of the tavern? But
she's nothing. She's just
there's nothing.
She's just
Okay,
a character.
secret.
She's just a woman who is she's just a barfly. Anyway.
Okay, sure. All right.
Just
thanks, Adam.
Something. All right. Thanks, Luca.
All right. See ya.
Have a good one. Bye. Cool. All right. It's now brain. It's now 2:59. That took exactly as long as I thought it would. 3 o'clock. I got to do more references. There were set references that I had to do. Went to house in the distance from Springtail Bandit says, did you do much prototyping during development? I'm at the stage now where I'm figuring out if I should just charge ahead and code it, or prototype first. What's your opinion on prototyping? Look, prototyping is one of those things where, as an exercise, it is an attempt to make... Prototyping is an attempt to make iteration less expensive. That's what prototyping is. So, you will iterate in your game. You will have ideas, you will test the ideas, you won't be satisfied with them, or you'll find opportunities to make those ideas better because they cohere with other ideas that are in the game better, that you can only tell once they're in. Whatever you can do to make that process take less time, I would consider prototyping, or just an effort of efficiency, which is worthwhile. I wouldn't make a distinction as such between them, although you'll find that the things that we consider prototypes, lower fidelity graphics typically, or just gray boxes instead of doing all the art, that stuff typically is more efficient and effective than doing all the work for it and then having to do all the work again. So anything that you can identify can be non-essential to validating your ideas, that's what you should be doing. The thing is, sometimes you actually just need to see things in full detail, to even validate them. Like sometimes an attack or a move or something, it's like, unless you've got the juice in there, it's not gonna feel good. And so you can't make it feel good. Like even this stuff that we're talking about with the rings, do you know, so much of this stuff was in the game in 2018, had no purpose in the game, got removed from the game, and now like ekes its way back in now that there's enough structure for it to make sense. It's like you're on a construction site and you're trying to put wallpaper on timber frames. It's like, you can't put these here. Like it doesn't go here yet. So don't put the effort in. But then once you've got a house and you've got the insulation and you've got the walls done and it's all nice, it's like, oh, we could use some wallpaper now. So typically this stuff, if it's like genre adjacent, if it's relevant to your genre, it probably exists for a reason, but you might not be in the point in your game where you have a good reason to use it yet. So it's really all of this in my experience, and man, I don't know anything. I'm just a guy. But in my experience, it really comes down to you will bump around like you're in a maze in the dark against all the walls, trying different things, breaking stuff, making stuff work. It doesn't work anymore. It fits, it doesn't fit, until you negotiate down to something that feels like a complete experience. Or at least feels like the framework of a complete experience. And then when you try to fill it in, then you'll see gaps, and then it'll be much easier. It's just that process requires you to have a lot of ideas that you don't necessarily know you'll keep before you can start cutting them. So yes, definitely just charge ahead and build stuff, but try to build it in a way that and this is an engineering thing. If you're good at engineering, you will build things in a way that lets you substitute them. If you're not a good engineer, you'll build things in a way that slow the project down and get stuck in there. It takes more effort to take them out than it does to leave them in. That's no good. So the confidence you have in engineering is going to directly modulate how easily you feel comfortable about prototyping and adding things and changing stuff, which you should be doing. It is important to do that. It's just, it can often feel like an investment of time that feels bad if you don't immediately get to keep the thing that you built. So as long as you're emotionally prepared for it, it's okay. It's all lessons. All right, references. I've got more of these to do. I'm in this shot here. Okay. No worries. I hope that was helpful advice. I know I'm very conscious about like saying you will experience this. There was a time when I was extremely, extremely careful about conveying my experiences as absolute, because obviously they're never going to be. But then at the same time, since they're never going to be, I can either have a voice and give advice or shut my mouth forever. Yeah, and I've learned that I'm okay with giving advice even if it's not perfect advice for everybody, because it's probably going to be useful to someone, and I'd rather just express myself than not. So it's hard, but that's life. Oh. What's just happened here? I lost. Oh, okay. It's oh, 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 oh. What the heck? I think we'll just leave this file. Pixel perfect criticism. That's a good way of putting it. This art is for a trailer. Now, I've actually already done some concepting for this. In fact, here it is. But I really can't show you much of it. So I'll try to keep it away. All right. Yeah, it's so important to just be able to like, I don't know. There's like a line, right, between imposter syndrome and like due diligence. You know, you don't want to like be so confident that like you aren't receptive to what other people have to say about what you're doing when you're making content online, you're having a voice online. At the same time, literally you can't create anything without offending someone, you know, or at least like stepping into definitions and territory that other people might have a different stake in, you know. Someone else might think something means something different to them than it means to you. And, you know, you might risk kind of like bumping into that and offending them. But I don't think you can live, you know, in fear of that. Yeah, it's hard. What? Okay, this can... Whoop. This can go. Well, they're not mouse movements. They are tablet movements. This is the like I've drawn Armin more times this week than I've probably ever drawn him. I'm starting to get pretty good at like knowing what he looks like and that kind of thing. I guess at this point I should, but you know, I don't always draw him because I'm usually doing other things. I'm usually drawing him from like a pixel art perspective. Tattoo. I'm not really a tattoo guy. If Insignia is like a huge success, maybe I'll do like a tattoo of like the Insignia or something like that. Some symbol from the game. I'm mixing my perspectives here a little bit. I should keep him doing one thing at a time. I'm drawing this as if he's like halfway turning between the two moments, but my perspective on this is horrible. Could be worse. Hmm. Not looking too nosy there, that nose. That's too much. Should he be looking down? He is looking down. Can't you tell? Can't you tell where he's looking? Yeah, I'm trying. Maybe then this... Oh, it could be that he's like examining the sword after having mended it. That's kind of cool. I don't want to do too much with the underlines. Do you have a ritual? A ritual? I've got someone lined up to do it. I'm just doing the reference work for it. I'm not doing it by hand for this kind of stuff. No, I don't. What would a ritual look like? I mean, not... Not really. I mean, I listen to this stuff while I work. Just because it's on for the stream. I do listen to like Skyrim atmospheres, if you know what that is, when I'm working alone. Fun TV says, hey, I had a question about Insignia's setup. What's the generic canvas size you use in Unity? Canvas size? You mean like for UI? For game screen. Canvas size. Do you mean like the pixel art resolution of the game? I'm using a pad. Maybe a little bit longer. I wonder if he would have his other shirt on at all. Maybe his jacket would be off. This game actually was a game that I started before. It was like my first game that I ever wanted to take to release. But in 2020, I was kind of a little concerned that it would be a failure if I released it first. So I actually made a different game in the meantime. And then I came back to this one, if you can believe that. So this is actually my second game, but also it's my first game. But I've made lots of games at this point, mostly jam games, but yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's the strats. It can't. My first game can't fail if I already released it. That's it. Exactly. Psych. That's one way of looking at it. I defied the odds. Can you believe somebody in the YouTube comments just now, a little while ago, said, "Why does he look gay?" Can you believe someone said that in 2025? How rude. Like, is there any more inflammatory way to ask a question like that? It's like designed to be in bad faith. In the US. Yeah, I think I did, like I didn't, I don't want to get into politics. Genuinely, I don't. But like the stuff that I've been seeing in the US is strange to me. It's really strange. I didn't like, that's where all that stuff like not came from, but like they're quite, liberty is like that's a big part of their nation, freedom. All the movements, all of the, like, what's happening? Hey, Fun TV. 640 by 360 is the game resolution, the pixel art resolution. Tiled, it's got it doesn't matter for tiled at all. Tiled is just the size of the blocks, but the game screen doesn't need to be a set amount of blocks. That's a really common assumption that people make, I think, when they think like, this is my screen, I need, like, what is it? How many blocks wide is it? Is it 20? Is it 21? The answer is it doesn't need to be either. Why does it have to be a number of blocks? There's not going to be a number that fits, because screen resolutions are 16 by 9 most of the time. That's not going to divide into a set number of blocks, except for maybe, like, I think it's one of the resolutions does something like that. But if your blocks are multiples of 2, which they typically are, then you're looking at 8, 16, 32 and 64, and like then these need to be some multiple into these ratios. It doesn't really work, so don't really worry about it. Just pick a size that works for your character size. I've got a video on canvases on my YouTube channel. You should definitely go check it out. It's called What Canvas Size or something like that. That you definitely want to watch that video. Trying to find the right kind of hammer for blacksmithing. Like I want like a blacksmith hammer for repairing weapons. Crosspeen hammer. All right. Like that. Forged in fire for research. Yeah, it's probably also worth asking like hammers in blacksmith hammer 17th century as well. Something that feels a little bit more classic. That's cool. And then also like where the time, like not just the time period, but like is this like a really new hammer, or like has it been in the, you know, in the works for a while? Is it a little older? I think I want it a bit flatter here. This is for an animation, not necessarily in the game. It's for a trailer. Maybe it should be a little bigger, like coming towards the camera a bit more. I don't want it to get too distorted by the foreshortening. Didn't quite get that right, did I? This is clearly wrong. Much better. Hello. I think I had it right before. Let's back this up. I gotta learn to do that way more often. Just like zoom out. Sometimes it's just easier to see what you're supposed to be doing from further out. All right. Oh, Tiago. Obrigado. Thank you. Thanks for watching. I'm assuming that you are Brazilian or Portuguese. My nephew is Portuguese. My brother-in-law is Portuguese. So my wife's husband. He speaks Portuguese. Did I say my wife's husband? My sister's husband. I talk about my wife all the time. My wife's husband. It's me. I'm the Portuguese. No, my sister's husband. I say my wife so often that I just forget that there are other names for people in my life. My sister's husband. Sister. Now we need Ned in here. One sec. And this is really old. Oh God. Yeah, not that file. I've made worse mistakes. Hey, Vidad. I'm not Brazilian, but I get told I've been told. I'm from Rio. I saw Tiago. Yeah. I know where Rio is. Sorry, I'm reading your message. I'm not from Rio. I can see that you're from Rio. It's late. It's too late for you. You guys should be sleeping. What do you say? Boa noite. Lebanese background, correct. My sister's husband, he's from Portugal. He's from he follows Benfica. That's his local team in the football. No, not Brazilian. He's actually Portuguese. Is he looking too... Is he too close or looking... He might need to be looking more at the camera. If I put him there, he's okay. And if I move the camera... like this, maybe? He needs to be on his own layer for sure, though. Oh, okay, I guess not. I think I'll give him a little tie at the back. Maybe just one. Just a little thing at the back. Maybe not both sides, I'm not sure. It is Friday, no, it's Thursday in Australia. Have Have I ever thought about using 3D models? Yeah, but it's not really. It's a bit of a misnomer to do that. I feel like it's a bit of a mistake because it's kind of like assuming that you want it to look 3D or that 3D is better. Like realistic isn't always better. Now, it's good as a starter because obviously you want to start with reality. But for me, you know, I'm confident enough in my abilities that I don't really feel like I need it. It's maybe a little bit of a pride thing for me as well. I just kind of like, you know, I have this issue that I had with an engineer recently who was working, like helping me work on scene graph. His name's Elzak. And we were talking about sales strategies, and I was saying something and he was like, Adam, you need to be honest with me. Are you saying that you think this is the best way to do it or just the way that you want to do it? Because there's a difference. And I guess in a way, like there is a difference, but I like to, you know, it's my prerogative to believe that the way that I like to do things is the best way. I wouldn't like to do them that way if they weren't what I thought the best way was. But I took his point. I mean, he wasn't wrong. It is important to know the difference, but I often have these thoughts where sometimes things really do feel like the difference between like short-term and long-term rewards. Like, is it better to use 3D models as a reference? It's like, well, maybe you'll get faster results if you use a 3D model as a reference. But, you know, will it be better for your skill set? Like, will you actually be better as an artist? Maybe it won't. Maybe you won't learn as quickly because you're relying on an external tool to teach you how to do something. Maybe you'll learn something differently than I would. It could be that you know, actually it is better. I'm not sure. But there is a difference between those two things, like getting results versus getting lessons. Now, this guy looks jacked. He's supposed to be. But he's also short. We stand the short king. I prefer to do things suboptimally. I mean, that's also a thing. Like, sometimes you just don't have the energy, you know, to do things the way that's considered right all the time. And he's got a rabbit on his shoulder. All right. Whew. I think that's good for now. I think that's plenty. Let me pass this on. 408. I'm only a little bit late. All right. Sorry, just you can look at that. Sorry, pals. So much work. Oh, you can see everything there. Okay. Whew, man, I'm just. Oh, we have a meeting. I have a meeting right now. Hey. I've got it here. Okay. Sorry, I'm in Discord messaging the team. All right. I'm actually putting out this stuff that I'm doing at the moment. This is like some of my best work. Like I've never been able to do this quickly, and I don't know if it's just because I'm under pressure and I have to do it. It's just like I don't have time to like, you know, to get it wrong. Oh, so this unfortunately went all the way in. That can now just go down here. This is going where it is. That took an hour. I suppose that's to be expected. You killed the chocobo eater. Well, you know, I can't remember if you're not supposed to do that or not, but that's okay if you did. I don't think that ruins it. I think you're just not supposed to get pushed off. We're talking about FF10. For those of you who are just left out by that instant little exchange. I think you can kill it. I don't know the actual... I haven't looked at a guide recently to remember whether or not it's a bad thing to kill it. I think you're just not supposed to get knocked off the cliff. Okay. Me too. Alrighty. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Yeah.
That's
Been
good.
productive today.
Yeah, I've been feeling pretty productive too. So, we should talk about, I guess, music stuff. But yeah, I really liked the stings. It's coming along really well. Those two, the two worlds colliding.
Mm.
It's so hard
Yeah.
to
It's been
pick,
fun.
like, because of the way that like your additions added, you know, they changed it a little bit. Like in the way, like the first one, for example, I thought was quite, you know, it was settling the previous composition, but now the accompaniment
Mm.
lifts at the end, so it kind of brings it back into that triumphant space. Which,
Yeah, which is
yeah,
why I said in the comment, like I would do it differently if we were using it for a different purpose. But I was trying to bring it into that space of achievement, quest, success.
yeah. And now it's like, oh, I like that one more than say number 3, but I love number 3. So it's very stuff's complicated, very difficult.
Mm.
It might be something where maybe we just put one of them in now and just see how it feels playing it.
Yeah,
I've been doing some work with
probably a
Luca.
smart move.
Yeah, I think if we once we have it in a prototyping, I think it'll guide the next step. And I feel that way in general, actually, about a lot of the things that we've like been a bit indecisive on, or I've been indecisive on.
Mm.
I think just putting things in and then seeing how it fits might help unblock some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luca's been doing some work with me on designing some quest rewards, and like even that, like I had a bit of a writer's block on like things to give the player, incentives to make them go collect stuff in the game. And now that he's put some thought into that, I'm like, oh, I want to make more characters for these quests. I want more stuff. So yeah, as I do that, I was going to say this week, but it's like already Thursday. Tomorrow maybe. I'll be hearing this stuff a lot if we can get it in the game. These stings.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we talk about just music stuff outside of the stings?
Well, quickly, just on the sting stuff,
yeah.
in terms of implementing them,
Mhm.
would it be smart to have them in like the sound effects kind of channel cluster group of sounds
Mhm.
versus music?
Um,
Because I mean, they kind of, the idea, right, is that the background music will fade down to let this sting play and then
yeah.
come back.
There's a couple of layers here. So the first question is like, does it count as music versus sound effects? And I think from a player preferences perspective, I would call this music. Like if I put the music all the way down and just wanted to hear sound effects. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I would classify it as music. And then separately, in terms of like stings, does it block us to call it music from being able to do nuanced stuff with it? I don't think it has to. I think we can have a separate stings channel as a sub mixer to the music channel.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's right. We had Elias was doing some work yesterday separating the feather minigame music track from the UX of the like feedback in that track. So there's like the melody, and then there's like a TikTok kind of like wood blocky sound. And we separated it so that the TikToking was something that was in the SFX mixer, but the music was in the music mixer. So if you turn the music all the way down, you still hear the little game start twinkle sound. Like it is melodic, but it's, you need to hear it. Otherwise you don't know that it started. And then the game end sound if you miss it or something like that. With this stuff, I mean, do we need UX feedback that's SFX, that's additional or part of the sting that would separately be mixed? Probably not. And then the final question is like, then is it okay for it to be muted if you have the music all the way down? I think so. I think it's okay. So I would classify it as music. Does that answer that?
Yeah, and like who should be implementing it, I guess, is my next question. Like, do you want me to put it into the F mod and everything, or
I'd be happy for you to
Elias, or
create the event, and then Elias has been doing he's pretty confident around like the system side of it, like how the stuff ducks down and stuff like that. He's happy to do that if you're not confident with it.
Okay.
But hey, if it was something that you were like, I want to take charge of that, I'd be like, go for it. So really up to you. But he's perfectly capable. He's an option if you're not confident.
Okay. Yeah, I might just I'll chuck what I've got. I'll export. I guess I'll export all three and put them each in, and to make it easier to test them in game, and then
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, even I can.
All right, I'll do
that'll
that.
let me tinker with them too, if they're all in there. Thanks. Okay. Shall we skip over then to the rest of the OST?
Yes.
Cool. So, thanks for going back over to the home cluster and doing some thinking around that. I would love to listen to some of that. Before I forget, do we have like in the foothills theme, do we have a layer yet that we can get to that just has like no melody in it, like no main melody in it for like off like scenes off the beaten path?
Not yet. I have not
All
done
right.
that.
That's all right.
Is that a priority? Because I
would say like
was gonna get to that next week, like at the start of next week.
yeah, start of next week should be okay. If
Okay.
there's like only because I'm trying to, I mean, look, I'm trying to do two things at once or 10 things, but it is something that I think while I'm doing, how would I put this? In the interest of serving players who like to explore, and as I'm thinking about side quest content with Luca and the level design around that, a big portion of how tired it feels to navigate through the world, like how like fatiguing it is, has to do with I think how responsive the music is to that space. So I just don't want to
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to like what's the word, like make decisions about level design that would make like levels too small or delete stuff or add stuff if
Yeah.
it's going to make a big difference. It's a subtle thing, it's not huge, but so it's not majorly important, but yeah, like early next week should be okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Okay. So do you have some stuff for me today then?
Yeah, so this one here, yeah, it just has like a B section, I guess, to Rose's theme. So yeah, it's kind of not, I mean, this would maybe be the kind of arrangement, I mean, I'll probably tweak it, but the kind of arrangement that would be like when you're in the house and Rose is there. But I would obviously then do the no Rose version and the outdoors version.
Okay, so this is like a B section to the Rose home layer.
Yeah, and it's still got the first bit from before, and then it goes into the new section. Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a listen. Wow, so nice. Really nice. I think that lift right at the end was like perfect. Like I was wondering if it was going to get a little too sullen, but like that little optimistic return at the end is absolutely perfect. There was something that I noticed. Was there an instrument change with this since the last time?
Oh yeah,
the
so
melody?
like, that's why I said to kind of ignore the arrangement.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
like
Yeah,
it
it's
did
all
the
good.
first half is it's just kind of getting the melody and harmony sorted, and then
Yep.
I'll work on the orchestration.
Sorry, I forgot that you said that. But
No
no, it's all
worries.
good. Yeah, it just sounded a little like like the timbre changed, but it felt like the tone, like the pitch changed a little, like it was like almost not in the same key or something. But that's
Oh, yeah, actually, that is I'm pretty sure I did change the key.
oh, okay.
Yeah, why did I do that? I'm trying to remember. I think I just felt like, it had, because I guess I've been thinking about keys more when thinking about, how this fits with Magnus's theme in the workshop, because
Okay.
they're very similar tracks, and yeah, I
Mm.
want to integrate them into one Fmod event. And so I was thinking about the keys that they're both in and how they would relate, because
Okay.
I think at the moment in the game they're in the same key, which is good in one respect that it's like flows smoothly between, but in the other it makes them feel pretty samey to me,
Mhm.
and like it's not something different. And
Yep.
so I was playing around with different key relationships for those two tracks so that they still transition smoothly between one another, but they have a feeling of slight contrast, but like a relationship.
Mm.
And so I think,
This is high
yeah, I was
level.
moving around the yeah, I was moving around the keys and experimenting. And also just, I don't know, some keys just have a certain feeling.
Mhm.
It sounds weird, but um, yeah, and just the way that they sit in the solo instrument register,
Mhm.
in terms of the tone color that
Yeah.
is produced. So I don't know, I was just thinking about all of that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, it caught my ear because I've been listening to the original. I'm not sure if it's like it
Yeah.
maybe this instrument, I don't know if it was, I don't know the difference between oboe, clarinet, and I don't know what the other one is, bassoon, but it felt a little more air instead of R, but and maybe
Mm,
it was a little less warm as a result. But I'll let you
yeah.
arrange it and play with it. Don't take that feedback
Yeah.
to heart. But oh, really nice. There was maybe like a line right in the sort of middle half of the B section where I felt like
Mm,
we were like a little finding our feet still, like in terms of the melody, like we were wandering a little bit.
mm,
But it felt sometimes this feels a bit like I'm listening to a sketch, which I guess it is.
mm.
Like you're still finding it. So if you want me to give commentary on like the specific melody, like the exact note choices, I can do that. But if it's in progress, like I'm happy to let you cook.
Um, hmm. Yeah, maybe let me play with it a little bit more.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good. Like I'm really happy with it. It's
Cool.
it's like so 1990s. Is it James Horner?
Yeah.
It's so that, and it's
Yeah.
perfect. Like that's exactly it. Like Matilda or something like that. It's really sweet.
Mm.
Very nice. Cool.
Um, the other thing I wanted to get your thoughts on was the latest town implementation that I put in the game.
Mm-hmm. This is with the 2
In
layers for inside and
yeah, the
outside.
indoor outdoor, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it was it it did the job that I was expecting it to do for sure. Um, there is a note on that I guess is worth chatting about around. So we've got the tavern and we've got the butcher, and in the
Mm,
original, I have different tracks for both of those, leaving only one space where you can hear the town theme that's indoors. If those two scenes were to have different tracks, it would just be the haberdasher scene, which we are going to do some more work with, and that one doesn't need to have its own track. So in a way, like it's already covering that. But on the
mm,
topic of those other scenes, I think we mentioned for Hugo's like the butcher scene, it's one of those areas where it's like it feels like the lowest priority place where we can add value with
mm,
with diminishing returns on it, like with a lot of diminishing returns. So like I'm happy for us to play with a general not mischief but like minor villain kind of theme, or something that's not like super melodic. It doesn't have like a full thing, but it's just a vibe, like a space that's got
mm,
um you know even if it's like 30 seconds or so, because it doesn't, none of this stuff is really, they're almost like moments, you know, than they are spaces. Like, oh, this is a little argument you have with this guy that lasts for like 10 exchanges of dialogue and then it's over. So yeah, with that stuff, again, it's probably the place where if I had to say, hey, like we just aren't going to get to it, and it has to be the last thing we do if we get the time, that's probably close to where it would be. And that would go for not just Hugo, but like all of the NPC interactions that aren't major like plot moments.
Mm.
Like I'd be much more inclined to prioritize the boss fight and the cutscene before the boss fight and the moments after the boss fight than that, for example.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the tavern, I mean, I have a very soft spot for like a track that I wrote for that scene, which is kind of just a little bit of a shanty thing. And there are two characters that are like playing instruments in that space that I'm giving a bit more screen time to in this version of the demo for the second day. So I maybe like that might be something that the scene uses the Oranstead theme, but when you stand near the couple that are playing the band, they start playing and it'll just be like a smaller thing that just overtakes just for that little sequence, something like that.
I mean, I had a thought that because I think a while back we talked about the possibility of I guess the idea of things in the world being kind of tuned and the possibility of like
Yes.
collaboration with Elias on
Yep.
the tavern.
Yep.
And I was thinking something as simple as handing the piano arrangement off to Elias and he can add like chiptune elements that kind of are indicative of what the characters of those musician characters are playing.
Yep.
Like you get something percussive for the tambourine
Mhm.
and some synth lead for the accordion. And that layer could be added to the piano arrangement.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it because it feels like scope creep, but yeah, for sure. That's it. Of course.
Well, I mean, judging by the quick turnaround of the Sting thing, maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know how much work it would be for Elias, but
Yeah.
I thought it might.
Happy to.
I don't know.
Yeah. If we can make time for it, that's right on. That's how I would do it. Because that's what I did. I actually had a chiptune track with an accordion sample. Behind it was like I don't know. I guess I had like 3 voices in it, and the lowest voice was coming from nowhere. The accompanying line, but the melody was so that was chiptune, and then the melody was the sample. And I guess I had the tambourine in there. I don't know, but yeah, for sure. Like that's spot on. The only thing about it is like just what are the circumstances when we hear it? Is it like a timed thing where you stand by, or is it like the whole scene is always playing that, or just that kind of thing? But yeah, it could even be that they don't play until you do something. Like you have to solve some problem and then they play as like a reward. Not sure.
True. Yeah. It would be pretty easy to trigger a layer in FWOD, like to do it that way. Or yeah, I mean the implementation side probably wouldn't be too tricky.
Yep. So I think like I really want to explore that exactly as you described it. We probably need to look at the time we have left in the month and think critically about just what's practical.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I did want to talk about that because I kind of did a bit of mapping of the next few weeks, like up to deadline.
Yeah.
In terms of how I see things, but keen to hear what your thoughts are in terms of timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I am from my side on the development, I'm definitely like, what's the word? I'm personally in crunch, and
Mm.
that's on me. But I don't want anybody to feel like they have to work any more than what would be considered like like full time is fine. You know, like if you want to spend like 8 hours a day on things because you've got the time and it's what you want to do, that's great. But I don't think I wouldn't be comfortable asking anybody to spend more time than a full time day's work from now until we get there. So I'd be more inclined to say, hey, like,
Mm.
what do you think we can achieve realistically? And then be pragmatic and prioritize based on that. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Mhm.
Do you want me to just like talk through how I see
Yeah, of
the
course.
timeline is for the
If you've
music?
if you've put some thought into it, I'd love to hear it.
So I have a hunch that I probably have some holes in terms of because the second half of the demo, I feel less confident in terms of I don't knowing all
Yeah.
the elements and
And
the
that's on
flow of
me
the story and
for
everything.
sure. Yeah.
That's all good. Um, so I'm my hunch is that are gaps there in terms of excuse me, in terms of thinking of things that need to be done. But the way that I am seeing it, by the end of this week, I want to have kind of reworked the home music event
Yep.
to integrate the workshop and have smoother transition rules between all of that cluster.
Yep.
Um, and then, yeah, I guess that's the main thing for this week.
Mhm.
And then next week, I want to do the same sort of rethinking of the cluster, but for the foothills exploration kind of whole thing,
Yep.
and creating stems and extending the value and the variation of that track
Yep.
through that. And same thing, the Crucible cluster,
Mhm.
and yeah, the areas around that
Yep.
section.
Yep.
Also, probably the Harriet boss fight would be good to
Yeah. That's gonna be a hard
get
one.
onto.
I think we probably should,
Yeah.
at the latest, the first test of that, we shouldn't be starting that any later than end of next week, I would say. Like a week from now.
Mm.
What's the date? That's the 14th. So like if we aren't starting that on the 17th, then we might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, like I want to start working on it next week,
Yeah. I think that's a
or
good.
at least thinking about it or discussing it. Like, yeah,
Yeah. I think
because
so.
that's the big glaring hole that
Yeah.
I'm seeing at the moment.
That's right. I think I
Yeah.
agree. I agree with everything you said so far. I would say, just as a flyover, I think home cluster, it is, I mean, like what I was hearing was sounding good. Definitely, like if you're doing just like a round of polishing and tightening, that's great. And then like a lot of this incidental stuff, like the lakeside at night or instead underground, it's perfect. Like it's good.
Mm.
Town, like we had, we went around with it, and I I think where we got was close enough that it's not it's kind of immaterial to how the demo will be received if we were to cycle on it and get somewhere that I thought emotionally or whatever was a bit closer to what I intended. I still think what we've got is like really
Mm.
viable, so I'm happy to like just leave that. We could, I don't know, if ever we get a chance to come back to it, like maybe we can, but I'm not
Mm.
I'm not concerned because I like it. And then foothills, as I mentioned, like having that, like extra sections and like a bit more of the spatial mapping of it would be handy for me.
Yeah.
Same with Crucible. It's really just having these be developed enough that they can support the different contexts that they get listened to heard, and the sections that are off the beaten path. So like, what does the crucible space sound like the first time you get in before it's awakened, when you meet the old man? What does it sound like when you're in a secondary room that's not part of like the main area?
Yeah.
But even that, I would say, as important as that is, I think the dungeon stuff is more important. So for me,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
foothills, probably foothills. If I don't know how long this will take. Do you think this is like a week, the foothills stuff, or less than a week?
Hmm. I think I'd probably want to give it a week, but while working on other things as well,
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to
maybe.
turn something around, like 2 layers of it, just like a big, the big melody, the big theme, and then like one that's like a little bit more
Mm.
muted? That's like a first
Yeah, I could.
pass sooner.
Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I think will help me. Even that, I don't think it needs to be like. I don't think you need to put a week on it to get what I need out of what I'm bottlenecked on.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you have the time for an extra week on it, that's great, because it will be heard a lot. So yeah, if we can just get that out of it, that'd be good. And then yes, I think dungeon, and then we come back to Crucible.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good to know the order of priority.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm really like, just as a reminder, like I'm having such a like cathartic experience listening to the way that you've been like filling the world that I built with sound. The other day, like listening to the Foothills theme was like, I just like like made my week. So yeah, I think you're doing a great job.
I'm glad to hear it.
Cool. Okay, so that seems like we're okay. Should the thing we just discussed about like where we're putting our time, do you want that in like a document, or do you feel like you could write that down maybe I know later?
I'm just working with a Trello board
Oh yeah.
to kind of weekly
Yep.
tasks in order.
Cool.
So that's all good
All right.
with me.
If you're across it, then I trust you.
Another thing just I remembered.
Yep.
The watchtower.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh
I mean,
yeah.
low priority, but there's nothing for that.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. That's probably got to be the lowest priority. It has to be something that we do in the last week, I think.
Okay.
As much as I love Wilhelm and I love that scene, it's so short. It can't have more than a day or two assigned to it. Yeah, I know we're getting a little tight, but I'm broadly happy with where we're at so far. Well, more than broadly happy, but in terms of like how we're tracking, I think we're doing well.
Yeah. Is there any chance you'd want to talk about the Harriet boss fight now, or would you rather discuss it later? Because I think the earlier we can have a conversation about it,
I agree.
the better, because then I can start I'm thinking about it.
Would it be okay to talk about it tomorrow?
Yeah, that's fine.
There are a couple extra things that I didn't that we haven't spoken about that probably should be in scope beyond. So everything we've been talking about this is like in the world music, but we've also got like potentially like a title theme, and I've got scenes for like save select. Now,
yeah, true.
These things are probably like not crazy important, but it would be nice to have just like some effort there, just so that, even just on the title screen, if that had music. We should do. I think maybe I do need to do like a proper, like, what's the word? Finite number of, like, these are the tracks, and if we do these tracks, we're done. Because I'm probably going to lose track of them. Otherwise, so maybe between now and tomorrow, I'll put that on my little to-do list, and then itemize final track list for Morgan. Is that okay if we pick that up tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Yeah, I'm happy for you to keep working on the home stuff today, and then we can do it like first thing tomorrow or whenever you are ready.
Let me see. Would it be okay to do it in the afternoon,
Yeah, sure.
like around 3:30ish or 4?
Yeah, that's fine. 3:30 is good. If it's not blocking you, that's no problem. I'm busy all the time, so you're not holding me up. Okay. This is music. Oh, what's happened? So 3:30 or 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That's no problem. All right. I think that's good for me.
Yeah, I think that's all I had as well.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Morgan. I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Look after yourself.
Trying. It's really hard, but I've been like seeing a psychologist a fair bit the last 6 months or so. And I would say if I hadn't been doing that, I would be I'd be rough. This would be a rough spot for me. But I just think my mindset is I'm able to keep a positive one at the moment. So in a way, the rush of all of the things that we're doing, although I am working really, really hard, it feels good. I'm kind of excited, especially because what we're doing is so special. So yeah, it's okay.
That's good to hear.
I'm good. Okay.
All right.
All right. Chat to you tomorrow.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Bye. Okay. I need to take a break. That's what someone in my position who's being healthy with their mental health would do. So I'm going to do that. I'm such a busy boy. I had so much stuff that I was going to do today on like development land for the game. I mean, where are we at? Was that an hour? Oh no, I started that a bit late. That was like 30 something minutes. I was like there, and then maybe it was like there. Wow, that went so. Oh, it's 4:51. Okay, we still got a bit of time. That was about half an hour then. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is it raining right now? One sec. That's my PC fan. It sounds like rain. What was I hearing? I'm not hearing anything. Thank you so much, Gruntled. Yeah, it's actually like the cool thing about directing is that like so much stuff is getting done. Oh, here comes a question from Yuri Truths. How are you feeling working with a team after trying to do work solo? I saw a video about poor experience with a contractor that did things fast, and the takeaway was do all the things themselves. Hey, was this not Richard? What is his name? Australian game dev making a cat platformer, 3D. his name is Crips Raymond. Was that Raymond's video you watched? I think that you get out what you put in. That's what I think. I think if you take a lot of energy and time to find people who are on your wavelength and who are interested in what you're making, and you take the time and energy to communicate with them and build a good relationship, I think you can trust them more. And I feel like I'm very grateful to have I'm not perfect, but mostly good relationships with with everyone I work with. I mean, it's up, you'll have to ask them, but I feel pretty good about the relationships. I know I haven't been perfect, but like generally speaking, I'm very satisfied with the work they're doing. So in a way, a lot of the times, actually, if I don't get something from a contractor that I'm expecting, I take that as a reflection on me. I don't say, oh, they're not doing it right. I think I didn't direct them right. You know what I mean? Hey, Iron Hulk, we do C# here, not C++, sorry. But good luck finding someone who does. Yeah, and that's not to say anything about Raymond. Like, he's doing his own thing. We're very similar. We were both solo devs. We both got applied for the Screen Australia grant. He had a different experience than I did. I'm so grateful to have been awarded that grant, and it's been nothing but helpful. Like, my entire life trajectory is in a completely different and positive direction as a result of that experience. And Raymond's experience seems to have been totally different. So, hey Mudtato, if you message me on Discord, we can talk about it. I got advice for sure. Yeah, I mean, I just had a different experience to him, and on both contracting and grant funding. So I can't say anything better. I mean, I only have good things to say about the contracting experience. The question of direction, and I was going to say like how I feel as a director energy wise, is I get a lot of energy seeing the work that the contractors are doing. Like, the team that are working on the game with me, they energize me by being engaged in the project. I get to see the things they're doing. I get to feel propelled by the work that they're doing. And there have been so many amazing little opportunities to discover what this game could be with their help. You know, it doesn't have to channel directly from Adam's brain into existence through the contractors. The team can bring their own creativity, their own ideas, and assuming, like, I have to be the Bible, I have to be the one who gets to veto the ideas, because ultimately the game's got to all go in one direction. But as long as that's being met, like just then, we just had that conversation about music. You know, this theme here, this town theme, I had difficulty with it. There are expectations that I had, and I was having trouble communicating those expectations. We went through a lot of iteration. Ultimately, we didn't get there. But I have to be pragmatic about, like, okay, maybe we didn't get where I was fixated on, but did we get somewhere that is functional for the play experience? Yes. So I'm not like, it's not about being militant, you know what I mean? About getting what you want. It's more about understanding what is going to work, you know, like what's going to work in this game. And when things fall outside of that, sure, you can say, you know, this doesn't work. Like just now, we had another meeting earlier about item economy. I had Luca do some thoughts, put some thoughts into different accessories you could get in the game. And one of his ideas was a little bit out of scope. I'd just say, you know, I don't think we should do that one because I think it's going to change the way the game plays in a way that affects the fun the player is going to get out of the puzzle platforming and combat. And yeah, I'm the person who probably knows best what those things are. But having that experience, this all helps me know what the game is, you know? So the strain that I used to have with deadlines and work and trying to drag the game into a certain spot by myself, you know, it's like having to walk through a forest on your own versus having scouts that go ahead and tell you what they see. And then you get to say, okay, now that you've all gone away and had a look, we're going to pick this direction because we saw someone over there saw a glade that we can camp in tonight. And we can all head in that direction. I get the ultimate say, but like, thank God I don't have to walk down every path individually anymore. You know, so for as long as I can continue working with contractors and this team of contractors, and I mean, like, if I could, I would love to hire them as employees. Like, if I had the money long term, if we were funded fully, giving them the peace of mind that they can be working for the company for like a wage or something, like if that was practical, I'd do that too. I'd love to run a studio. I just don't. I mean, like right now, it would be what's the word? Irresponsible of me to try to do that because I don't have a stable cash flow for the business. But long term, yeah, that's the goal. I love working with teams. We're making great stuff. The game's going to be awesome. So I'm happy. All right. I'm going to take a break. See you in a bit. Hey. All right. It's okay. I'm tired. I definitely feel like I'm pushing. Maybe I should just like take a second to let my body relax. Sometimes, like, you know, when I take a break, I kind of don't like I mentally try to relax, but like I don't physically relax. Like I try to eat something and I walk around for a bit, but I'm not like shutting the brain off for a second. So, whoa, you can hear that. Just let me let the muscles decompress and everything to not tense. Because I've been sitting in this chair. Oh, keeping it saucy. Feel free. Feel free, chat. Keep it saucy. Oh, man. How are we doing on viewership today? 118. That's nice. What about on YouTube? What are we looking at? 48? It's a quieter day than yesterday. I wonder if my YouTube thumbnail being purple drives some viewers away. Ugh. I'm rotating through the spectrum. Every stream I do a different hue. But I'm in the girly space today. I was wondering if that's like, I wonder if people are bothered by that. 97% of my viewers are male, says YouTube. So, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue. I like purple, but they don't deserve to watch the stream if they don't like purple. You're female. Well, we would have 3 to 4 viewers that are female on average. There should be at least 4 of you watching, if the numbers are correct. All right. Okay. So, oh man, this poor shoulder of mine has just been absolutely, I lean on it, I think, or like I fix my arm in one position. Yeah, it's, you know what? I want nothing more than for more women to enter the game development space. Most of all, I would love for my wife to take an interest in programming or game art and to make games with her. I would love to do that. I don't know if like we'll work well together. She would. I don't know actually if she's inclined that way, but she's looking for a career change. She just graduated as a lawyer last year. She's been working as a lawyer, and she's finding it really challenging to be a criminal defense lawyer for like a public defender. It's just hard, like, and you don't get a lot of praise. It's just like she's just being crushed all the time by the work. But like her as a person, before I met her, or like when I met her, she showed me like drawings that she used to do, and she's quite a technically skilled person. She's very intelligent, but she doesn't express her creativity that much. She doesn't I guess she doesn't have the drive, or it doesn't, I don't know if it's like, if she's like not allowed herself to be creative, you know, like she's like not given herself the space to be creative, or if she's just not interested in being creative. But she is interested in learning things. So I want us to get into like a shared hobby. I'm thinking, if not digital games, tabletop. But I mean like creative stuff, like making models and painting them. I know she likes painting models. She likes like structured learning or like structured creativity. So like maybe we get into miniatures together. If Insignia sells a lot of copies, I'm just going to take a year to make a board game with my wife. That'd be fun. Alrighty. Hey, Al. All right, sorry, one sec. Hey, Fallen Sky. This is my game. And yeah, I work on it here on stream. And yeah, it's hot in Australia. It's summer right now. It's in Unity. Okay, so let's get into it. I think boss fight refactors are a good idea. I'm going to try to psych myself into it because it's hard to do this work. But I'm going to get excited and I'm going to set a goal and I'm just going to go for it. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Just making sure I'm not ignoring anyone. Good. Alrighty, let's move this out of the way a little bit so I can lean in. Alright. Oh, my brain, physically it's hard to look at the screen because I've been looking at it all day. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna happen. Also, gotta make sure I'm breathing. Okay, let's do it. So, Harriet, boss health, Harriet boss, yes. And then we've got the phases, and we basically did phase 1. That was like pretty much complete, but there was something not quite finished about it. So let's go to phase 1. And have a look. I had it to do add block, stun, spin, add melee slash. It's cold in Lebanon. In Lebanon? Ahlan. كيف؟ كيف يا حبيبي؟ All right. What are we gonna do? I guess we should do this. How am I gonna do it though? I'm gonna need to overwrite the stun condition, the take damage condition. كيفك انت؟ منيح منيح نشكر على الله. Focus mode, let's do it. Okay. I'm going to put the air on. I'm a bit nervous about this. Hang on one sec. Sorry. Am I fluent? I'm actually not. I'm like almost exhausted all of my Lebanese just then. I know, I'm that's my background. So like it's whatever you pick up around the dinner table kind of thing. It's swear words, it's food, it's greetings. That's basically it. You know? I'm not very good. I'd love to learn more, but it's just hard. Even though I've got a big family, you're Maltese. Yeah, very similar actually. A lot of common words. Like you would say Kiev as well, right? For like, how are you? They're so close to each other, just across the Mediterranean. Yeah. Yeah, Maltese have a lot of little Arabic words that they use, even though they're like closer to Italy. I got a lot of Maltese friends growing up. Okay, let's do it. So what I need to do here, I think, is I'm just going to go into focus mode now. Sorry, pals. True focus mode begins now. I'll see you all in, let's say, what's the time now? 15 minutes, okay? I'm locking in. So what I'm trying to do here is Harriet has a poise mechanic. Well, Harriet was created before the poise mechanic existed, in a very good fashion. And so her blocking, her ability to block the player is actually based on the amount of times she gets hit. You're supposed to hit her in a 3-hit combo. But that system doesn't map to how I built the game right now. So right now, if she gets hit, she's going to go into the hurt state because she has no poise. Poise is a value. You can see it here. I've got it set to 0 at the moment. If I give her a number that's higher than her base, if I give her a number that's higher than Armin's ability to do damage to her, then she won't go into the hurt state. She'll just tank the hits. She'll take the damage, but she won't actually react to the damage. But what I really want to do is make her block a couple of hits and then have her poise go down. So this value, this poise value, is something that I can set from inside of her script. Maybe I'll do that here. So pardon me. The problem is with this, like if I go back to the old Harriet script, this was the logic. It's not great. We've got this successive non-combo thing here. This is all in a function called take damage, which is what gets called when we take damage from the life.hitConfirm event, which is correct, but self-awareness, oh not self-awareness, character stun also listens to this same event. And it plays take damage, no matter what, basically. So my only way around this is to have either her stun go up or write a boolean that makes this not trigger. So I think should stun should return false. Poise after damage. This is the thing that we're talking about. So I think what we'll do is have this happen here. Go to Harriet, not phase 1. We'll put it in her total, not here either. Harriet boss. So here, basically, you can put this. So this is really hard because technically I'd want this to be, where would I want to put it? I'd want to put it in the context where she's standing idling in her phase 1, I guess. She shouldn't be able to block in anything but phase 1, I think. But we could also just say if she's standing idle, doesn't matter what phase she's in, if she happens to be standing idle in whichever phase, then that's fine. I like it no matter what, so let's just do it here. So basically, the question is, what is going to make this go? Let's just do it the silly way first. I'll make this a bit bigger for you, chat. All right, so successive hits is going up, and if successive hits is greater than 2 or greater than equals 3, then it should be like yeah, and then something like we'll call it 2 actually. This can't live here, that's why. This needs to live here. So if we should stun, poise is 0. Otherwise, poise is, let's say, 30. And that's it for now. We don't have to do anything else. We'll just see what happens. We'll see if she takes the hit or if she gets stunned. What? How did that work already? Huh? She blocked it. Wait, what? How did it know? Wait, what? How did it do that? How did I guess I don't need to do anything. I guess, wow, okay. Huh? What? I just saved myself a lot of time just then. Her flinch must be just the regular hurt. It must be that block. Okay. So wait, 1, 2, 3. But then 1, 2, 3. Try again. 1, 2, 3. That did the juggle. Wow. So actually, I should just give her 30 poise and just let that be it. I don't need to do anything. Hang on a second. It might be that Armin's final hit has 30 damage. I mean 30 poise damage. So she actually only gets stunned by his third attack. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it actually does. I hate that I'm in the way. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Well, that's cool. Oh. What's gone wrong? Okay. Oh, she doesn't have a phase 2. That's why. I knocked her into phase 2. All right. Wow, that was that was so lucky that I didn't have to do anything for that. All of that code I was just about to write, not necessary. Whew. Go me. All right. So don't need you. Press this. Hey, Gokal Picos. PCOS. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. I'm doing well. How are we looking over in YouTube land? I've been ignoring the comments for a bit. I get scared when things suddenly work for no reason. I guess I had just built the system correctly the first time, and I doubted myself, you know. Let's call this like 1500 health. I think it's a little much to have it be 2000. And then we got to get into phase 2 now. Let me just check. Harriet phase 1. Run away. Oh, I didn't do the skid. And the slash is there. But the skid, it's probably not even necessary at this point. Maybe like a public animation state skid. If it's complete and we're doing runaway, set skid. Else if doing skid. That's it. Maybe we face the target on the skid. I'm not sure, but that should be all we need to do for that. Oh man, it's good to be under time pressure. I know that sounds weird. Morgan was asking me earlier, like, oh, like, are you okay? And my response was maybe a little funny, but like, sometimes it's the knowing that you only have so much you can do that puts you in a space where you just feel like you can do it. Like it's the fear of not knowing how to do what you need to do, or not knowing what to do sometimes. It's almost worse, you know. To have to think, oh, what am I supposed to do? But if it's like, I have to do this now, your brain just goes, okay. Let's hear it. Okay, that needs to be a little faster. Let's call it 6 FPS. And let's have her face Armin on the skid. And that's it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because you also feel like you can take a break when the work is done, or when the day is done. You get to rest thinking, well, I gave it my all today and I did as much as I could. And so now I can relax. You know, even if you didn't get everything you wanted done, you know that you spent your time correctly, you know, because you had already justified that you would spend the time, you know, on doing whatever. So now she skids and then goes into her little... Now that hurt is a little bit too quick for me. Let's make it 8 frames. Just because Armin is, if you tap the combo a little bit, yeah, if you're a little relaxed with it, she teleports away too quickly. Okay, that's good. That's phase 1. Now let's get the health bar working. So boss health, what is this? What is boss health? It's a mono behavior. It requires 1 access to 1 life. And then it should just know what it's doing based on that. Life is Harriet boss.life. So then what is the problem here? On take damage, which comes from what? How does it know what take damage is? It doesn't. Okay. Then we need to say at the start of this, life dot hit hurt confirm event dot add listener take damage, and this is going to say, hey, we need a life component or something like that. It's a Unity event with collision info. Oh my God, what is this? What is this, Adam? Holy shit. Look at this, looks like some sort of regular expression nonsense. What is this? 2017 Adam, what were you doing? Oh, get ratioed. Ratio is I'm a book stock count. What do you do? I write clear code. That's what I do to document it. That's my strategy. No, I literally banged my head against the wall until things became apparent. Hang on a second. Why is this? What is this? What is this supposed to do? This is interesting. This shakes for some reason. But why does it shake? Oh, because it's a specific book that we're looking for. So it's book index. This is book index. And in fact, we don't even need to do that or this. It should just work, I think. So that's good code documentation. Like this comment is not even necessary if you wrote the code correctly. Because like this value is between the book's index and the book above. It's like, yeah, because it's almost human readable this way. Oh, it's not? Okay. I think I'll do it like this then. Like if the ratio is between this book and next book, you know. So it's, if the number is between these two, then the one that we're up to, shake it, you know. That's, now I can read this without any extra code documentation. So again, this is ratio. And then this thing is the same as this book. And again, if the damage is less than this book's index, that's literally what that says now. You know? It's easier to read now. You could say, even if you wanted to be really verbose, you could say bull falling equals whoops, you know, like it's now at a point where if I read this, I know what this says every day of the week. I never have to look at this again. So this is one of those things where like code principles is something that you do get better at. Now, hang on a second. Oh, I see. You do get better at code comprehension, and not just you get better at comprehension, but you also get better at recognizing when it's the code's fault that you can't comprehend it. You know what I mean? And if you've done enough code, you know what kind of code also is hard to extend. It's like you shouldn't have to think too hard about what it does, And if you do, it's not broken down enough. So unless what you're doing is solving a very novel problem, very specific problem that you've never come across, that needs, like algorithms, like actual algorithms might require a little more. But for most of what you do in this kind of stuff with game dev, like game programming for gameplay, it's logic. You're really just describing states. It's not very complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. So if it is, you're not being, clear enough. So now look at the health bar. Check it. I was creative, wasn't I? So she should have even less health than that. She should only have like maybe 1,000. That took way too long. It wasn't satisfying to watch them. It should maybe even be like 1 book per 2 hits or something. Cool. All right. Yeah, so like when I'm writing code, if it's a little bit complicated, even like this is not a good script, but this version, I'll usually comment it. Like if I'm trying really hard to be good, if I'm trying to do a good job of programming, then what I'll do is I'll write it in plain English in comments first. And then as I'm writing the lines of code, I should be able to remove the comments because the code is so obvious that it doesn't need explanation. Like this code here is very comprehensible. I really understand all of it. It's not very pretty. This if else thing is not great, but that's what state selection looks like, unfortunately. The only way to compress this is to turn this into, you end up shuffling it somewhere else, right? You're not really like making it, it just doesn't look very nice, but it is efficient. Hey, UZP, thank you so much for the 2. Thanks for the $2. Upsetty Game says, hey Adam, I'm Skylar. Your streams are cozy and a great company while I work on my own stuff. Hey, welcome. What colors do clinkers come in? They come in pink, green, and yellow. Okay. That's an IDE thing, I think. It's VS Code. It just does that. So now we haven't got phase 2 yet, but I was supposed to work on that today. Float. All right, this is like one of the last in the bag. It's a really old bag and they're very stale. So have mercy on me. You say green. All right. It's yellow. Sorry. Well, because it's chocolate. Chocolate gets stale. This is the material theme, and the setting for the material theme is set to ocean. That's what my, it's this material theme free, and you set it to ocean, and that's what I got. I really, really, really like this theme. I've since I got it, I just like haven't had another thought to any other one. I just like the colors. And obviously it matches my stream, so that's pretty too. Okay, so phase 2. This is like a perfect example of what I was talking about, right? So I don't have any logic here, and I need to describe what it is that she's going to do. So basically this is float in the air, and then spawn enemies at Armen in succession. But first, summon bookshelf on entry. Okay, so that I forgot about that. So every time she goes into phase 2, she needs to do that. Summons a bookshelf, spawn enemies at Armen. And then she has her Quell attack from afar. Laugh. Get hit. She has to fall out of the sky. Return to phase 1. And then that's it. That's phase 2. So this is a state, laughing. Getting hit is a response. So she has a function that this getting hit should probably live on the main state. But it only really happens in phase 2, so maybe it's fine. So it's really a function called I call it falconed, because that's what we call it in Australia when you get hit in the head. Public void. Falconed. And then, do you know what? She actually doesn't even need this. She's actually just gonna get hit with a hit that's so it's going to have so much poise that it knocks her into the fall state without me writing any code. So actually, it's just Quill attack from afar and then laugh. It's just that. That's its own state. So we need a public behavior state called Quill attack. Probably whatever we will call it. She doesn't need to teleport in this, I don't think. The spin, stomp, slash, none of that's relevant. It's just public behavior state summon, public behavior state laugh, which is really just an animation state. And then if state, and I don't do state equals anymore. I say doing. Quill attack, set, laugh. I really try to make it as English as possible. If doing idle, chase doesn't exist anymore. That's not necessary. Summon. And actually I had a variable here, boolean here called consider summon. And this was something that was in phase 1. Consider casting. Now, I'm not sure what to do about this. If doing idle and slash is in range, do that. Otherwise, consider casting. So that's any time idle is playing. And then there's this cooldown thing. I think we should have this. I think we should duplicate this logic. I think it's okay to do that. Because it's going to be different inside of it, but the concept is the same. So, structurally it's the same, but logically it's going to be a little bit different. So we're going to say, there's logic about like when she casts books at you. And actually, this might be the first point where I might deviate from how this works. I think the boss fight can be cooler or more interesting than this. So far, I've just been following the script and refactoring it, but I don't know what I'll do instead. I think I'll just let the opportunities come to me. But for now, maybe we'll just say cast a book. Also, and maybe I'll use the same logic. This dust event. Maybe I'll use this for books as well. If they're not going to be featuring in the same state, then I can rename this to cast event. And I think I made that 3 seconds. Cool. There's also an opportunity here for me to do the when she throws books at you. I had a thing where there would be dialogue, and in the past the problem was that the dialogue filled up the bottom third of the screen and there wasn't enough screen real estate to do that. But now, because my dialogue system can be put wherever I want, because it's just a rectangle on the screen, I can have the book show up in the top of the screen opposite where she is and call out the thing she was going to say. So she can be talking through the fight. I might even have Armin say, "You're doing a lot of talking for a fight," or something like that. Is there supposed to be this much talking? I think that's from Scott Pilgrim. Is there supposed to be this much talking? Something like that. So let's put that in here on my comments. In fact, it would be here. Hey, S. Lathe. So something like that. Now, actually, oh, she actually does do it. Look at me. I actually even wrote it. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. So the reason why they had to fight was something like this. There's been an invasion, some sort of attack on the town below where they are. And it's her sworn responsibility to seal the place off anytime this happens. I mean, she's the custodian of the library. So that the secrets in the library are not jeopardized, she must lock the door. Armin, being in the library, is under her charge. Also, she knows he can't go that way. She needs him to stay in the library, but she doesn't tell that to him. So she insists on closing the doors, but Armin insists on getting out so he can run home because his mother lives in the town. So she slams a bunch of bookcases in front of him. She is the first boss, yeah. And then they fight because Armin draws his sword on her and she's bored. She wants to fight. It's kind of like, yeah. They're both a little bit crazy. They're not very mature, either of them. Yeah. She was the second boss because there's a boss spider that exists in the game that I don't have time to put back in the game right now. I might have the Hunden be a mini boss instead. There's like one Hunden that you fight. But I'm not sure if I'll have that be optional or what. I'm not sure. So anyway, what are we doing here? B, go to set state, cast true. Yeah, we'll see if this works. So, man, this stuff is really ancient. Oh. Game object set active is true. Probably don't need to do that. This I don't like at all. I hate this code. What is this? Oh, okay. This is really random dot value is greater than 0.5. That's a better way to write that. And then another way to set this up would be to say if x offset times equals -1. This stuff is weird, but it should be b.faceArmin. Boom. Just like that. Do you use cursor? No, I use VS Code. So that makes way more sense. And actually this b.respawn could just sit here. I'm not sure what the difference between start and respawn is. But we'll let it ride. Let it ride. Well, much clearer anyway. So, phase 1, phases, Harriet boss, phase 2. Phase 2 is here. Has an idle state there. Now, she has a laugh. She has a... We already have float, so this is really just an animation state. And then it's laugh. And it's got a 10. And it's maybe for like... I think it just loops. It just loops indefinitely, maybe? Oh no, she has to... Maybe it loops until she gets a callback from the quill that it's finished. That won't be right, but for now it's okay. Quill attack is nothing for now. Summon is... This is summon here. So let's create an empty. Cool. So in phase 2, we give her the same summon. And then quill attack, nothing yet. Okay. Oh, she is in phase 2 now. Oh, and there's the book. Whoa. Oh, no. I don't want this. Oh, I see what that's there for, but I I don't think I want... It's got 9 references to this respawn. Oh, but that's different. Okay. It's a little bit... Here, let's make this easy for us. This can go. This can go. Done. No, you don't need to worry. Now, let's give her less health. Like 500 total. So that we can get through the phases a bit quicker. So she's floating, that's good. The book's in. It's not broken. Okay. It's just not really doing anything. Hey, Victor. It's custom. I built it. Well, I built it with somebody who watches the stream. We're going to be selling it soon. Okay. So, phase 2. I actually don't know if she has a gravity on this. It worked that time. Okay. It might be that they're just getting stuck. I have to review her state machine. So she is in phase 2. Why is she stuck? She's in the summon state. Oh, I don't have anything that checks to see what she does after she's summoning. Oh, okay. The way she just falls out of the sky, man. $102 red belly black snakes? Jeez, like a nest. 102, mate. Now, Harriet Boss. That's a lot of deadly snakes. All right. Oh, phase 2 is it's an air state. Why would she throw books at you? Because she's a librarian and that's just how her attacks are themed. Because it's a video game. She doesn't have a sword. She tries to use other things as well. Don't worry. There are other weapons she has. Okay. Well, I tried setting gravity scale. Body dot is kinematic equals true, maybe? But gravity scale should do plenty. That should be more than enough. Man, come on. Hang on a second. What happens if I just take her right now and just bring her up here? Does she have... Nope. Only if she's set to a flying character or not. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say in Harriet Boss on update. Do you know what? She should never align velocity to ground. Well, oh, jeez. Yeah, no, she shouldn't. She shouldn't have to. So I'm going to set it at the beginning on Harriet Boss. Start. She's a flying character from the start. Let's see if that does anything. Really? 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 Gravity scale 0? But that's going to cause problems. She'll never come down. All right. What is the logic here that needs to change? I'm trying to figure out what's causing her gravity scale to get set to normal. The thing is, because she is a character that can fall out of the sky, her default gravity scale is 2. Like, her physical body is 2. But she needs to be causing herself to float during phase 2. So, I mean, we can like literally just say, you know, every frame we can force this to be the case. It feels really awkward to do, but it might be okay. You know, this is her holding herself up with magic. This is like levitate, you know? And maybe even this goes into like fixed do. So that's a way of approaching it, which I think is reasonable. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know why I needed to do that. She disappeared. She did it again. Yeah, so that's pretty good. And look, she's fine. But why is she not floating? What has that got to do with her animation? Ooh, maybe her idle is not set to loop in phase 2. Idle state. Duration 0, frame rate, complete when not grounded. Oh no, it's definitely not. It's definitely not complete when not grounded, because it's a floating animation. That'll do it. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Cool. Okay, she's up there. Now that's an issue. Millions of coins. Okay, so there's something wrong with spawning these things. And I don't know what it is. A lot of this code is not necessary anymore and old. Damn it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can't even. What is that? Why is she stuck in... Oh, Jesus. Oh, she's consistently summoning it. She's summoning it every frame. She's like stuck in a summon loop. That's why. She's casting over and over and over again. So this consider casting and Harriet dot books 0 dot active only if it's inactive in the hierarchy should you spawn it. There we go. Yay. She's still... Okay, and then there were millions. What is that? I wonder what that is. That's like coin after coin after coin after coin. Yeah. Every frame. Wait, what was that? What's null about this? That's weird. So where's the book? There it is there. Does she not have anything in there? No, there's one. There's one book. And is this it? That's it. Is it being spawned and killed over and over again? Oh, internet dropped for a bit and then it came back. We still got on the YouTube end? Still good. Okay, I don't know what that was. If you could repeat that. What are you expecting the final game size to be? Oh, but I'm only seeing your... Hang on a second. It hasn't refreshed chat yet. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. All right. Now, why is this happening? That's crazy. That's crazy. False, 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 false. Spawning book ad infinitum. This means that it isn't active in hierarchy, right? Which means it's trying to spawn the book, but whatever it's doing doesn't actually set active. But when you call respawn, it should set game object at set active true, which means it's not calling this version of respawn. Unless it's dying over and over again. I don't think this is even good practice. Hey, Taro Nanashi. Konbanwa. Okay, what is going on here? Aha, it's respawning every frame, and it is doing this respawn. So what's really confusing about this is that this is forcing the game object to be set active. And if that's the case, the moth, when it gets set active, needs to, something is making it set to false. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hang on a second. This is probably no good either. I don't think we need this anymore. That can go as well. There's a lot of unused code here that might be playing around with what we're trying to do. Still no good. But it's not active. Ohayou gozaimasu. In Yiramani? No, that's Yiramani is Thai, I think. I don't know how to say German. German? Areman? I don't know how how did Japanese people say Germany? Hey Taro. Deutsche, that's right, Deutsch. Yeah, Deutsche. That's better. Deutsche. So. Deutsche. I'm not sure what is causing this book to spawn over and over and over again. Cast is not on cooldown, and it's not active in hierarchy. So, Osturia. That's right, Osturi. I am from Ostoria. It's even confusing in Japanese. Theo is something else. Who's Theo? Von? Singles Inferno. Oh, Teo. Oh, Teo. He's good, isn't he? He's good value. I like Teo. He was I love how you come here to gossip about Korean reality TV. You don't come to talk about game dev anymore. You come to talk about Korean dating shows. Yeah, man, Teo he's crazy. He's actually such a good guy. That's what's cool about him. At first it was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? And then it's like, actually, he's such a sweetie. I was really into... Oh, you're a couple episodes behind. No, it's not what you think. I really thought Junso would be like... I was really rooting for him. Now, I'm hot and cold. You got to get to like the halfway, the midpoint of the season. They throw a clip in there of like two people. In fact, I think they do it at the start of the season. Two people under bed covers. That is teased a lot, and it's important, the context. I don't know what the context is yet. So you have to watch that. For a Korean show, that's really out there, you know, two people under bed covers. They don't usually even stay in the same bed on that show. But this season's been weird. We're talking about a Korean show called Singles Inferno. I don't know how we know that we both watch it, but I watch it with my wife, and Arya JP watches it too. Not with us, separately. Haejin. She's the new girl, Haejin. She's okay. I quite liked I got you into it. I like Arin. I think she's nice. And there's Tae-1 is with, I don't know what the girl's name is who he's with. She's the tanned one. She was really, I thought she was really nice at the start. Oh, I'm thinking of Haejin. Haejin's the shorter one. She's okay. Yeah, the voice actor in the English dub for the tan girl, I forget her name, has this really breathy, you know, voice. It makes her seem like really nice, like really sweet. She is a sweetie, but like, it's unfortunate that I don't want to spoil anything, but like there's only like 2 storylines in the show right now. Like it doesn't really go. In the previous season, everyone was trying to be with everybody. In this season, it's like there's like 2 male contestants who are like pretty sought after, and then everybody else is sort of like either paired up or just not enjoying things. I don't know. Yeah, Haejin is the other one. Xi'an's very popular. Minsol, I like her. She doesn't get much space. And then Yujin is the other one. The basketball guy. What was his name? Giri? Something like that? Girin? I forget his name. Anyway. It's fun. I like Singles Inferno. And I like... Oh, Jian? Is that it? I like Singles Inferno. And I like Physical 100 is fun. And actually, you know what we really liked last season? What's it called? Mastermind? No. Devil's Game? I think. It's like a mix between like Big Brother and like just like escape rooms. Devil's Game. That was actually really fun. I really liked that. Oh, Terrace House. I've seen Terrace House. I don't know if there's a new season, but I've watched the older ones. We're actually watching a Japanese show at the moment that's called, oh man, it's on Netflix. It's called Love Village. I'm watching Love Village too. This is just on like while we're eating dinner. This is the only time I watch TV. For like half an hour a day, we watch some TV. Love Village is really cute. It's just like over 35s in Japan. It's like Japanese propaganda. It's like they get sent to like a rural house that needs repairing, and they all go and they all do renovations, and they all have to sleep in the same, whatever, on tatami mats on the same floor. And then the way it works is if you form a connection with somebody and you want to be in a relationship with them, you have to like ring the love bell off to the side of the property, and then the other person who you've rung, you have to then come and make a confession of your love to the person in front of everybody, and then they have 24 hours to accept or reject, and then either way you have to leave. If they accept, they leave with you. If you reject, if you get rejected, you have to leave on your own, and then it just keeps going. And there's just like a rotating cast of people between 35 and like 60, and they're all just mingling and fixing the house together. It's really cute. It's like watching My Neighbor Totoro, but with old people. It's like the exact same house as like the Totoro house. Like that exact style of like, farmhouse thing. All right. And they all use like pseudonyms. They all use like different names for themselves based on their lifestyle, or like their job that they have or something like that. Hey Evan, there's a guy on the current season named Gitarin, and he's like a guitar teacher, and he's so pathetic. He's the most pathetic guy I've ever seen. He's like 53 and he cries all the time. And when he cries, he's like an anime character. His nose bubbles into like this big snot bubble, and then it like dribbles all down his face. He's like a baby. He's good comedy value though. He's a real person. I've never seen anybody like that. All right. So, what am I doing wrong here? Get component life. Animated play. Health is max health. Dying is false. Dying is false. Why do I have 2 dyings? That's stupid. Die time is 0. Respawn does this. False. Die time is 0. It does all the same stuff. So why don't I just not do this? How about that? Still no good, man. Wait, that's not a problem. Camera position is not a number? What? But the game is still running. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's still repeating. Spawning that book moth in every time. Maybe I'll just force it. b.gameObject.setActive true. I'll just see if I can force it myself. I mean, I don't know what's causing it to be false, but some things you just gotta... Nah, man. I don't understand. I don't understand. Because the logic is, if it's disabled in the hierarchy, then it shouldn't be tried. They shouldn't try to respawn it. So if we go over to phase 2 and we look here, this is disabled, right? Disabled. Bool disabled equals this. If it's not active in the hierarchy. Only if it's disabled should you respawn it. Which means something is making it something is setting it to be false after but if you call respawn, it should just come back to life. The only other thing I can think of, like, it should be stuck, but it shouldn't be respawning over and over again. Unless, for some reason, respawn doesn't reset its life properly, its health value, so it's constantly dying and being respawned over and over again. Okay, so it's true. So it is disabled, yeah? When it's disabled, we are spawning it. When we spawn it, we set it to true. So something is happening as soon as it gets set to true on its respawn, whatever's happening here. Even though this is actually also setting it to true. So let's be straight here. Let's just take that away. When we respawn, life goes start respawn, transform position equals spawn pause. That's no good. Local scale is local scale, handle health event invoke, health equals max health, energy equals max energy, dying is false, log respawn. I mean, this has to be happening. We are calling this function. So my next question is, if this sets the life component to have all of its health, this doesn't set anything active to false, and only this sets it to false. This is the die event. This is prepare to die, but nothing's calling die. So this is what happens when you write old code and you try to update the old code. I'm not even calling start anymore. This is the old one, so that's fine. So then what's doing it, man? I don't know. No. The book moth has its own life. The thing is, even if... Wait a second. is Harriet, the old one, doing something? The old Harriet script might be still running in the scene, even though its game object is set active to false. Oh, hang on a second. There might be some interference here. Oh. Hey, host boat, welcome. Houseboat, I see it. the 3 is an E. I don't know. I really don't know what's happening. Couldn't say. It's such a straightforward function. It seems really obvious to me. Like the code it's unbelievably straightforward. So I have trouble even believing that it's the code's fault. Like it's got to be something that I'm not realizing is relevant. Unless there's something insane that I've completely just missed. Okay, so check this out. Every frame, it says it's respawning. Every single frame. Which sets its game object to true. Right? And then every frame, it's still inactive again. Because it wouldn't run this code if it was active. So what the hell? Is there something else calling this function? Wait, what's this? Cast? That shouldn't be an issue. It's not the one that's calling it. I don't want to track. I don't think I can use the debugger to track when it gets set to false because I don't know when it's getting set to false. But it's probably here. Yep, that's it. Okay. So now the question, why did it do that? Try that again. I got to stop clearing on recompile. So we should be able to see the call stack here. Check die late update. So machine is doing death state and machine.state is complete and object or active self. It's this. It's this. This is the problem. I know what it is now. Because the book moth, again, it's a state issue. It's because the book moth uses the old code. Its internal state machine is not set up the same way as everything else is. So actually, set state, this is an old state machine system. I have to say b.set, and then I have to find whatever behavior state it's actually doing. So there should be a thing called set, or is set nothing? Are we setting nothing at the start? State is not equal, if state is not null, state.do. So it's expected that state will be null. So in this case, b.state equals null. And then b.state in this case is machine.state is null. That's the problem. It was stuck in its death state because it either is null, like it either doesn't have I have a thing called a behavior state system. The behavior state system is different from the moth's personal state system. So the behavior state system needs to get set to null for the moth system to run. And that's what you're seeing here. God, that was annoying. Okay. Now, oh boy, I told you there was nothing wrong with the code, with my code. I knew I'd written it right. I just didn't account for the fact that the book moth's state machine would be so outdated that it would be completely incompatible. One, two, three. There we go. There we go. Now, we just need to make her, when she teleports, do teleport here. We want to make her teleport directly to phase 2. Which is not really possible. Is it part of her knockdown for her to teleport? Is it part of her stun? No. Okay, so she has her own state called teleport. And only after we're doing teleport do we set the phase. So actually, what I'd like to do is say, like that. Not great logic, but it'll work. Nice. Oh. Why is she stuck? She's in her idle state. I missed that. We can force her to stay in it properly so that she doesn't get caught doing a state that she's already doing. I just saved you guys from your eardrums getting burst. Okay. So, does she have a move where she throws the books or what? She has that. Phew. That's to throw the spell. What is this? That's cool. Oh, that's casting. She's like slashing. She's going. Oh, she's going. That's cool. Why doesn't she do that? I forgot about the stomp. The stomp happens when she's in phase 1 and you kill both of her both of her dusts. Why did I add that? That's so funny. Okay. If we are stomping, set idle. Oh, that's why. Thanks, Kasira. There we go. All right, the old version of Harriet did the thing when we stomp. I guess stomp is this, and and there'll be a frame where it says Dustfall Camera Shake. And those are going to live on Dustfall. Come on, Adam. Anyway. Dustfall, and then Camera Shake. I must have been in such a hurry when I wrote these. I mean, you could even just take this away and say, yeah, probably didn't need to even do that, huh? Dustfall. Now, why is she not going to be starting the level facing Armin? It's because I placed her there to make it easier to hit her, but still. Cool. Nice. We're almost there. We just need the bookcase to come in now. Revealing hierarchical state machines. Well, yeah, I mean, when done correctly, they can make life a lot easier for you. Not necessarily that I'm doing them correctly, but, you know, it's a lot easier to balance this set of states when they're a tree. You know, if they're not a hierarchy, then it's just one long set of stuff that can happen. But if it's a tree, then you can load balance it. You can say, oh, okay, well, phase 1 is just these 6 things. Phase 2 is just these couple of things, you know? When they're stunned, you know, we can modularize this. Every enemy in the game currently that is susceptible to gravity, I just take this as a prefab character stun and just give it to them and just plug their animations into it. So the actual behavior of how they tumble, juggle, flinch, knock down, and die is just inherited. They all just have it as a composition. Not inherited, but you know what I mean? It's given to them as a component. And if I had to manage all of this, all of the when for each of these, without having these abstraction layers at the top, it would be kind of a nightmare. But here it's like, oh, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, stun, teleport. Okay, that's reasonable, you know? The human brain is good it can remember like on average, like what is it, 7 things? That's what people say, up to about 7 separate words if you ask someone to try to remember them. And I feel like cognitive overload is the same thing. It's like if I can see like 5 things, it's like, oh yeah, sure, I know what 5, like I can, that doesn't feel so scary. It's like 5 things. Same thing here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now it's a little awkward here because I'm trying to cram it all in one, and it's complicated. You know, it's not like the character, like in Armin's case, you know, he's got so many states and visualizing it is hard. This should probably be a graph view where I can scroll in and out. That would be the next way to do this because I have to scale it to the size of the window right now and there's no scrolling behavior. But if I could scroll it, then it wouldn't be so hard. I'd just balance that so that these were further apart and make them a little less, you know, I'd stagger them and stuff. He's got lots of states. It would be even harder to control. This would be like 6,000 lines of code or something if it wasn't for the state machine. But I can even look at like the enemies. Now they don't have them because they're using the old system. So they're opaque to me. Anyway, bookcases. Okay, so hey, Mokalux, thank you so much. All right, so now the question is, hey, Quantum Apprentice, thanks for the raid, welcome. Hey, Mighty Pasta, this is VS Code, Visual Studio Code. I need to figure out how best to do this. So it's really an animation. It has a little bit of logic to it. There are 2 separate summon points. Currently, the first one, see you, Quantum. Currently, the first one, it just sort of slides in. At least that's how I designed it. That's probably the way it should be. All right, so what do these bookcases look like? Let's have a look. How complicated is this code? That's not bad. Okay, cool. That could have been way worse. Yeah, okay. I hate the name Reader. I hate that, but that's life. Because it was a sprite sheet reader. But I call them animators now. This is Unity, Mighty Pasta. Okay, so what's the logic here? Deploy, finish, deploy, recall, finish, recall, slide in, slide out. Okay, all right, that's pretty reasonable then. So Harriet used to do this, the big monolith of Harriet. This is 1,000 lines of code in one character. This is the hard way. So slide in, deploy phase 2, bookcase dot slide in. Now, which one is this? There's just one. Okay. I guess we could call it phase 2 bookcase, or we'll just call it bookcase at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0, 1, 2, 3. We could call it bookcase 3 dot slide in. That could work. So we've got to give her the bookcases. Now, I think the boss script. Or we could just make it a phase 2 thing. We just give it to phase 2, call it bookcase. And then on entry, we just say slide in. On exit. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh. Just like that. Now, what does force do in that instance? That's, oh, I see. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to force it. Literally just do that. That's what good state management is as well. It gives you entry points and exit points to just hook into. I didn't even need to write a function just then. There it is. Wow. Okay, I'm getting a phone call. One sec. All right, let's keep going. How do you remember this many lines of code? I don't. Okay, first things first. I have an extremely good memory for code. I don't know why. I don't know if it's extremely good relative to other people, but I don't get lost. Like, it's been 8 years in this project. I don't get lost. I don't know why. Some things aren't as easy to remember, but like this monolith here, I wrote this in 2017. I remember, not line for line, but like I remember what I named things. I remember how I built it. I remember the structure of it, but I'm replacing it. It's not good code. I shouldn't have to remember this much. That's the reason why it needs a refactor, because it's not easy to read, because it's not easy to extend. And even some of this stuff, like I don't remember writing this script. It's not a particularly complicated script. I was just like, even this one, I was just happy that it was organized. And realistically, all you should need to remember or learn when you're looking at old code is the function names. That's it. You shouldn't have to even check how it works. It's just like, what is this called? Okay, it works. I'll just run that function. Some of this stuff's not optimal. Like this is really bad. In fact, this is really bad. I'm going to change this. This is extremely bad. That's not good at all. But the rest of it, I mean, it works. We might even be replacing that. But for now, you know, if we're just looking at what we've got. Oh, she's too fast. She puts a block between us and her. And then the idea here is that, oh, Jesus. She should do an attack here that lets us parry her, but she doesn't do it right now. So the idea would be to do the parry. When she gets parried, the bookcase slides backwards, and then we can go in and hit her. See that? As soon as she left the state, the bookcase slid back. As soon as she entered the state, the bookcase went forward again. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like I know, for example, like with Harriet, right? I know that there's code here for respawning enemies when they Harriet. I know there's code here for respawning enemies when they die. I know there's code here for state selection. I know there's code here for spawning all of the bookcases. You can see here I've got like really ugly state selection there. I had this really dumb system where I had look and act in the one script. And actually, this is good. Someone asked me earlier, hey Adam, like, did you just learn patterns by brute force, or did you learn them because of like, well, you taught them? I'll tell you a pattern that I taught myself based on brute force. I wrote code for enemies looking for the player. Based on what the enemy saw, if the player was in their field of vision, whatever, then they would do something, like attack the player or something. If the player is in your attack range, attack it. You would always need to do the look update function before you could do the act update function. And I wrote this and wrote it multiple times for all the different enemies. And I was like, man, this is really time consuming. And what would happen is I would need to the look would need context because I would do action code inside of the look function. What I ended up with eventually was I realized that look should only really be updating information that the enemy has global access to. Like all of the enemy states have access to this information about this thing. And when I started pulling each of the actions out into their own code, I still needed access to the information that look had inside of it. So I was like, I've got these things called behavior states. And it's mono behaviors as components for one state each. And then I was like, well, what's the equivalent for look? Oh, it's a sensor. I'm really describing a robot, and I've got sensors and actuators. So like the sensors are things like target awareness, physical awareness in the space. And then I made those their own classes. So now, instead of look, modern enemies in my game have what's called a self-awareness. This is their body in the space. Like, am I going to run off a cliff? Am I going to bump into a wall? It's like literally raycasts, like eyeballs. And then target awareness, this is raycasting to the player. And I can just give those to any enemy anytime. And those get adopted by the blackboard, the top of the state machine. And then any state can say, hey, my self-awareness am I running up against a wall? Am I free to walk? Am I about to walk off a cliff? And I can decide to do at the state level, right all the way down, the specific thing I need to do if I'm going to run into a wall while doing this state. That's just me writing this system a bunch of times until all of the stress and tension fell out of it, because I rebalanced it until it made sense. And that's just learning, like, the principles are principles because they are valuable. And the values are not things that you have to be taught. You can discover them. So the idea of modular code, this don't repeat yourself, dependency, balancing dependencies, like solid principles, single responsibility, all of those things are getting at this idea that if you know where something should be defined, and you can define it somewhere that's reusable, and it's defined in a way that's reliable because it's as small as possible, it only does one thing, then you'll have less issues worrying about what happens to it when you're trying to write new information or new code, because that code will no longer be dependent on all the different things that it touches. It's like, that's something that you don't have to know the principles to understand that. But you have to appreciate the logic behind why it's important to make things smaller. And people do an okay job of describing that. Like Solid Principles has this idea that classes should be open to extension but not modification. Like, that's a good principle because of how it relates to dependencies. If three things are relying on something underneath, and the something underneath changes, it doesn't just get bigger, but it gets smaller or gets deleted. Now those three things are going to crash. So just like appreciating the engineering, I guess, dynamics of like what makes code easy to write versus hard to write. You can just, yeah. And honestly, the other thing that's crazy about this stuff is, even if you get taught it, it's very hard to appreciate what it means to apply the lessons. Even if you know, unless all you do is exactly what you've been told, the second you run into something new, identifying it as, oh, this should be, I should be more aggressively applying the don't repeat yourself principle here, because if I don't do this way, I'm gonna. But the ability to even identify that and then proactively write the code in a way that's not gonna cause you pain is only, as far as I know, earned through experience, or at least for me. Mokoluk says, I've been using ECS lately and I love it. I don't know. I mean, Unity has a thing called ECS, but Unity is built out of components. All of the things are components. So I don't actually know what the difference is between ECS and just Unity components. If someone can describe that to me, then, or to the chat, that would be useful. But I don't actually know the difference, Mokolux. Systems. Yeah. ECS is Unity's entity component system. It's a way of structuring data. So is it data-driven design? Is that what it is? I don't know the difference. I don't know what it refers to. Oh, it is data-driven. So it's basically when you have, okay, if I understand this correctly, ECS is the following. So right now, like, I've got an object and it's like an enemy. Enemy has a bunch of stuff that it has. It has attacks. It's got a sprite. It's got HP. Whatever. All this stuff. And every time I want to make another enemy, in memory, what's happening is it's getting duplicated. Now you have 2 of these things. Right? If you get another one, you get 3 of these things. But you might want to do some logic in the game where you are changing all of the sprites on these enemies, especially for games that have procedural mechanics or design, where there's any kind of simulation going on. It becomes really, when there are very heavy data structures in your game that drive things, and you're trying to edit lots of the same property across lots of objects, this becomes really slow. And the alternative way of building this is to actually have like sprites as an array, and all of the enemy sprites are just in that array. And then, you know, I don't know, some other module, whatever other thing you've got all of the like data together. What that means is that if you're trying to do some operation, rather than accessing enemy, sprite, blah, 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 some property, and then going up, enemy, sprite, some property, do some function. Rather than doing that, you're just going sprite. It's like really fast. I think that's what we're talking about. I think that's kind of like either that's data-driven design or data-oriented design, and ECS basically turns this, I think Unity's ECS turns this under the hood into this. Like, I think it takes your game objects and turns them into a bunch of tables under the hood so that you can basically just get immediate performance increases. Yeah. Am I right? I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's the CPU having to navigate all the registers, like all the references to all the data. It's like, oh well, you know, this, you know, you're going, the clock is, the CPU is spending clock cycles getting around. And also, I guess there would be cache stuff that's having to get loaded and unloaded. So not having to do that, especially when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of operations. Like if you have like, this is really important, like in simulation games, the reason why it's important is because you might have a grid, like in Minecraft, right? Every block in your Minecraft game, if it's got grass on it, every grass block needs to ask the question, how old am I? Do I need to grow some more grass on top of me or not? You know, to do that operation without an optimized way of traversing the grass objects is really time consuming because it's not, you know, this stuff multiplies, you know, in terms of orders of magnitude. So, you know, for every dimension, X, Y, if it's a cube-based game, now you've got to the power of 3, right? Potentially, of updates that you have to do every frame. Now, I do not typically make games that require this level of what's the word? Engineering, data management. When you're making a game that looks like this, it's not even close to ever requiring that level of performance. Like this level, the only thing that makes this complicated in any way is just how many sprites are being managed, how many tiles are being managed at any one time. You know, there's like a dozen animated sprites on screen at any one time maximum, you know? If you're counting in thousands of anything, performance becomes a question. if you're counting in tens, hundreds, even, it's probably not relevant to performance. Like raycasts are a performance question, because if you have a ray and you're trying to cast it over here, and the distance between here and here is like 1,000 pixels, now you got to do 1,000 checks. Pixels might not be the right unit, but you know what I mean. World units. You set some sort of density, some sort of check. It's a Boolean check to see if there was some sort of collision between some space. You got to do it if you want it to be accurate 1,000 times. Okay, that's fine. But now you've got like, maybe you want, like in my case, I've got quite an expensive raycast setup where, you know, I've got my main character. See these red lines? Those red lines are checking for walls ahead of the character. And I've also got, do I not have a self-aware? I do, of course I do. Sensors, there we go. Sensors, self-awareness, draw wall and ground checks. So here we've got three raycasts heading forward to check to see where there are blocks, and then 4 or 5 raycasts going sort of down to see if there's floor in front of us. And if I bring this down, you can see what happens. You can see it checks to see, oh yeah, there's solid ground here, 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 here. The red and green tell you if it's solid ground there. So all that is to say, okay, now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, not even sure what those are for. Now you've got 12 times some number. Okay, it's not bad, but like, what happens if you want to do something even more intense, right? In my case, I got this action camera. And the action camera sends raycasts from the player out in every direction. And it uses them to determine where to look in the scene. Watch what happens as I move towards this edge. The camera looks down. And it looks down because what it's doing is sending a bunch of rays forward off of the character and finding the average position where all those rays are hit. Now, of course, it's not one ray each because they're bent. It's dozens of rays. It's like ray, like this. See this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now you got like a dozen times a dozen. Now you got like 140 times 1,000 checks. You know? Now it's not trivial anymore. You might start affecting performance if every enemy did one of these and you had 10 enemies, now you've got 1.4 million checks. Once you've reached the millions, now it's a problem. Can it be optimized? Look, you can the way that I do this is I can do fewer of them. I have like a little slider here. I can make it less sensitive. The right way to do this would be like long term, if it was causing performance issues, you wouldn't use raycasts. You use like AEST. You just use a different algorithm. What you do is you bake the space. So the collision space is finite, it's deterministic, which means essentially if I click on, you know, the terrain, the game should always know where the terrain is. It's always there. So you should be able to take all these grid spots and bake them into a big matrix. You take the player and you should be able to calculate across that matrix. Instead of doing thousands of checks, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to check to see that this collision is here. So you basically quantize the space down into tile space rather than pixel space. And then now you're doing orders of magnitude fewer checks because it's a tile set, right? Why would I have to check? Why would I ever have to check here and here and here and here and here and here and here for tiles, right? Because there's either a tile here or there isn't. So we could simplify it for sure. Yeah, 100%. I just haven't done that. Usually checks the boxes against hierarchical bounding boxes. Look up. Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. Well, they're still expensive. I guess you're right that it's not checking. Wait, are you sure? How does it know where the collision happened? How does it? So it just throws a ray and says, is there a box intersecting this? But it also has to check if there was a box intersecting all of the other space, right? Or is it doing a line to shape intersection on every box to see if the from and the to position? Yeah, you can do that, can't you? I think you're right. It doesn't need to do per pixel checks. Well, there you go. Well, because you got to go like, I'm here, I want to go here. Is there anything in between? It has a lookup of all the boxes, right? Yeah, of course, that would be how it would do it. And it would say, hey, like, does this box intersect with this line? And then you would say, what's the closest point from the start point to the box? And this is all just AABB. Right? There you go. So actually, I am probably doing a lot more damage having this work the way that it does. It's actually worse that they curve, because if I made them straight lines, they would be there would only be one raycast per arc. However, I wanted gravity. The whole point is this set of boxes, this set of lines kind of approximates where the player could go if they jumped. It's not just up and away, right? Armand isn't like a light source. It's where could the player go? And that's what this red dot says. Oh, well, this collided here, this collided here, this collided here, this collided here. All of these little dots, when they hit the ground, their positions get averaged and we get this red dot. So actually, that's how it works. When I run away, camera looks up. When I look down, or when I approach an edge, it starts looking down. Right? As I approach here, it starts looking down a little bit. It's pretty subtle, but it does keep things pretty like this. The fact that the camera is looking way down as I approach this thing, that's really helpful, because on my screen, I can actually see the floor now. You can't see it because of the overlay. But over here, look at how high up it is. I can't see the ground down here. As I approach the edge, it's like, oh, you're going to go over there? Well, all of these raycasts hit down here. So you're probably going to end up over there. But yeah, I still think A-star would be a better way of doing it, or some pathfinding system. Not A-star, like literally do those rays, but do them per 32 or 16, even per 8. You could even just check to see. No, well, I would do what's called like I would have to bake a map that wasn't tiles specifically for these. It's this kind of thing where the platform isn't a whole tile. The collider on the platform isn't a whole tile. So I couldn't just do a physics overlap check every one tile. That doesn't work. I would have to say, hey, every tile in the game, are you a physics tile? And I would have to code them as physics tiles or not, like tag them. And if this was counted as a physics tile, then it would just be a big block of true. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't have a different animation. He has a couple of different animations. He has an animation if he sees an enemy. In this case, I think the chickens are considered enemies, so he attacks them. If there's no chicken on screen, he'll probably put the sword away. He puts the sword away. Yeah. He's hungry. And then separately, if you idle for a long time, he'll sit down. But he probably should have a he probably should have a looking over the ledge thing. Although what he does have, which you probably saw me do that, he has a look down animation. The arrow comes from the sky. Yeah, so he sits if you wait a long time. Yeah, he can do this. Maybe if you do that, it should look down, like more. Maybe like after like a second or something. It looks like he should be, but I don't want to infer what the player might want to do. So same thing here, like as I'm walking, notice how the camera starts looking upwards, up the hill, and then downwards, depending on which way I'm facing. You can make the curves out of fewer longer rays. Yeah, that's what I typically do. So like I can actually do it right now, like it's not crazy. So action camera, platform camera. So it's rays, and then it's radial cast distance, and then it's forward trajectory length, sensitivity, smooth damp. It might be the sensitivity value is the thing that we're looking at. Let's have a look. No. But it does bake at the start of the level, so maybe I should do it there first. That doesn't seem to be it. I should have a thing called segments. Trajectory rays, raycast distance, radial rate. Is trajectory? No, those are not it. Oh, it's based on time step? Wait, no, point count? Count. 16? Yeah. The inspector wasn't even... The inspector wasn't even looking. The gizmo was wrong. Okay, segments per ray. If we make it 10, what do we get? That's not right. That's not right. That's how many trajectory rays we want. Let me check this again. I think it's the delta time. Let me just check this. It'll be 4. There's gonna be a for loop. Trajectory rays. No. Points dot length. It's got to be this. For each point, physics.ray cast from A to B. So it's literally this. Find trajectory surface, and this is how many points. And this is determine trajectory points. Oh God. No. Oh, but it's an array of vector 2s. Find. So this is the thing that determines how many points there are per trajectory ray. And it's this thing called point count. But there's also time step. Those both seem like they could affect how it works. Point count might be a maximum. No, it's total. Wait, so how does time step work? Yeah, it's just increments. So, it keeps going infinitely along the time step until it hits the number of points. But that's total number of points, not resolution, which is unfortunate. Now, additionally, this really feels like it could be done with calculus rather than a for loop, but that's life. I'd have to increase the time step, I think. Point 1. I mean, it seems pretty reasonable. It might, be an issue. Oh, getting a phone call. One sec, be right back. All right. Well, I mean, that seems reasonable. I mean, I could make it a little tighter, 0.16. It's not that bad now. All right, pals. I gotta go. The spider camera. Hollow Knight. Yes, this is the spider camera. We call it Spider. I like it. I think it's a great concept. I just need to make it a bit more performant, but it's not a big deal. This is all a bit of a digression. The game runs at like 300 FPS on this computer anyway, so I'm not trying to make things better. No raid today. That's it. That's the stream. Thanks, pals. If you like this content, be sure to follow, subscribe, become a patron, join us on Discord, make a note in your calendar to wishlist the game on the 25th of this month. Whatever you want to do, just stick around. I'll see you tomorrow. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.